President Biden.
Also ahead, if your family is looking to explore the great outdoors this summer, what better way to do it than in an RV? Doesn't that sound like fun?
Yeah.
We'll give you all the tips you need before you hit the open road.
And Jenna, she's sharing a real personal story. She sat down with one of her grandfather's closest confidants and learned some stories about her family that even surprised her.
Oh, all that plus a lot more. This is
Today in 30. Moving now to our NBC News Worldwide exclusive with Vladimir Putin, the Russian president, sitting down with our senior international correspondent Keir Simmons for a rare interview addressing a host of issues that will be on the table with President Biden later this week. Keir joins us now from Moscow live. Hey, Keir, good morning.
Hey, Hoda, good morning to you. President Putin is here in Moscow preparing to fly to Geneva for that high-stakes meeting with President Biden. We sat down with him inside the walls of the Kremlin to press him on key issues like human rights and cyber attacks. As he prepares to face off with Vladimir Putin this week, President Biden saying he agrees with what Russia's leader told us about relations with the U.S.
I think he's right. It's a low point.
Top of the agenda for their high-stakes summit, cyber warfare. Recent attacks on U.S. infrastructure, some linked to Russian-based criminals, have raised concerns over a new Cold War. Putin tells NBC News Russia is not to blame.
Mr. President, are you waging a cyber war against America?
Where is the evidence? Where is proof? It's becoming farcical. We know it well. We have been accused of all kinds of things: election interference, cyber attacks, and so on and so forth. And not one time did they bother to produce any kind of evidence or proof, just unfounded accusations.
The U.S. intelligence community has produced evidence of Russian hackers targeting the federal government and meddling in U.S. elections. And this year, the U.S. has seen multiple criminal ransomware attacks extorting millions of dollars.
Russian-speaking criminals, is the allegation, are targeting the American way of life: food, gas, water, hospitals, transport. Why would you let Russian-speaking criminals disrupt your diplomacy?
You know, the simplest thing to do would be for us to sit down calmly and agree on joint work in cyberspace. We are willing to engage with international participants, including the United States. You are the ones who have refused to engage in joint work.
The Biden administration has been insisting Russia should not harbor cyber criminals. The Trump administration called Russia's offers to talk disingenuous. The Kremlin has been accused of violating existing international cyber agreements. Now the Russian leader admitting to NBC News he is concerned that the US can target Russia.
What people can be afraid of in America, the very same thing can be a danger to us. US is a high-tech country. NATO has declared cyberspace an area of combat. That means they are planning something. They are preparing something. So obviously, this cannot but worry us.
Do you fear that American intelligence is deep inside Russian systems and has the ability to do you a lot of damage?
I'm not afraid, but I bear in mind that it is a possibility.
When President Biden sits down with President Putin, he's expected to raise the cases of two Americans who the State Department say are unfairly convicted in Russia.
Paul Whelan and Trevor Reed, they are two former Marines. Trevor Reed is suffering from COVID in prison. Why don't you release them ahead of the summit? Wouldn't that show goodwill?
I know that we have certain U.S. citizens who are in prison, have been convicted, but if one considers the number of Russian Federation citizens who are in U.S. prisons, then these numbers don't even compare.
And on the prisoner swap question, is that something that you would consider?
Yes, of course.
Russia has proposed a prisoner swap before. Secretary of State Blinken saying the Americans are being held as political pawns. President Putin insists he can work with Biden on complicated issues and build a stable and predictable relationship.
Let us sit down together, talk, look for compromise solutions that are acceptable for all the parties. That is how stability is achieved.
President Biden says, one time when you met, you were inches away from each other. And he said to you, I'm looking in your eyes and I can't see a soul. And you said, we understand each other. Do you remember that exchange?
But I do not remember this particular part of our conversations, to be honest with you. He probably has a good memory.
But the Kremlin has been cracking down on political opponents like Alexei Navalny, a Putin critic who was poisoned and is now in prison. President Biden has vowed to raise Navalny's case when they meet.
A Russian court has just, a Russian court has just outlawed organizations connected to Mr. Navalny. Literally every non-systematic opposition figure is facing criminal charges. Mr. President, it's as if dissent is simply not tolerated in Russia anymore.
Well, you are presenting it as dissent and intolerance towards dissent in Russia. We view it completely differently.
Will you commit that you will personally ensure that Alexei Navalny will leave prison alive?
I proceed from the premise that the person that you have mentioned, the same kind of measures will apply, not in any way worse than to anybody else who happens to be in prison.
His name is Alexei Navalny. People will note that you
I don't care.
to say
I don't
that
care.
he would leave prison alive.
For now, both sides are downplaying how much progress can be achieved at this week's summit. And after the interview, guys, President Putin continued the conversation with me off camera, leaning in, keeping eye contact, urging me to believe him, for example, that he believes that in the West they are funding opposition groups here in Moscow now. And maybe that was the former KGB officer trying to use his powers of persuasion. Or maybe President Putin is not just a threat, but feels threatened. Understanding who President Putin is will be crucial for President Biden when he sits down with him this week, guys.
Fascinating interview, Keir Simmons, for us. Thank you. Stick around because there's much more coming up on Today in 30.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground. Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground. Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic. How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
In depth today and this morning, the latest on what has unfortunately become a dangerous trend in the skies. More reports of unruly, even violent passenger behavior on board planes.
And this all comes as the summer travel season is really ramping up.
That's right. NBC's Tom Costello covers aviation for us. Tom, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. So on Friday, the TSA reports the most number of passengers yet post-pandemic, 2 million. And with that surge in passengers, the surge in bad behavior we've been reporting on for weeks. The most recent case, a flight from LA to Atlanta. A flight attendant had to be pinned down, off-duty flight attendant, the flight diverted to Oklahoma City.
It's okay.
This morning, yet another disturbing video showing yet another scare in the air. Passengers on board a Delta flight from LA to Atlanta, pinning a man down. After the airline says an off-duty Delta flight attendant tried to take control of the plane's PA system.
And next thing I knew, there were people rushing up to the front and he started shoving people. And it was this outrageous fight.
The captain took to the intercom asking passengers to help.
We'd like all strong males to the front of the aircraft to handle the problem passenger.
Air traffic control then diverted the flight to Oklahoma City Friday night, where police took the passenger into custody. It's just the latest incident involving what the FAA says is a surge in bad behavior in the skies. Earlier this month, another Delta passenger was arrested after reportedly attempting to breach the cockpit. And on this Southwest flight from Sacramento to San Diego in late May, a passenger punched a flight attendant, causing her to lose 2 teeth.
Passengers are behaving belligerently. They are becoming aggressive, hostile. They are verbally abusive, and oftentimes they've been violent.
The FAA now says it has nearly 3,000 reports of unruly passenger behavior already this year, 2,100 of those involving passengers who are refusing to comply with the FAA mask mandate.
The FAA has a zero-tolerance policy for people who behave badly on airplanes.
This morning, the agency is taking action with a new round of fines. A passenger fined $15,500 for ignoring at least 10 requests from the crew to wear a mask properly and drinking alcohol not served by the airline. A New York to Cancun passenger fined $10,500 for being so disruptive when asked to wear a mask. The flight was diverted to Fort Lauderdale.
If you break these rules, put others at risk, and impact their travel plans, we'll prosecute to the fullest extent of the law.
Yeah, that can mean jail time. It can also mean being banned for life by the airline in which somebody is acting badly. And by the way, the mask mandate is in effect until mid-September. Keep in mind, half the population is vaccinated, but half isn't, including children under the age of 12 for the most part. And that is why the FAA is keeping that mask mandate in place and asking people, please comply in airports and also on board planes. Guys, back to you.
Let's get to our booth, shall we? Here we go. All right, a little boy in Seattle was so proud of his big sister, he decided to hold a ceremony when she graduated from pre-K.
Good London!
Sister London walking up the stairs at her local library. That's her younger brother, Roman. He's got the diploma. And even though it was a tough year of virtual schooling, London even managed to learn a second language. Wow. So hats off to the teacher, and what a great little brother. How cute is that?
Cute.
Sweet.
And had the cap and gown and everything. I love that.
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. We're going to do our part and get vaccinated live.
A very special naturalization ceremony.
This is a really inspiring group. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
Yes. This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now.
Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21.
Music is back. Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today.
They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's turn to our Consumer Confidential. Time to bring on our pal, NBC News.
Come on down.
Correspondent Vicky Wynn.
Good morning.
This is a really, thank you, Gerard, a really timely story because of the number of folks who want to get outside. They want to explore the great idea outdoors. And this is at an all-time high right now, especially if you're trying to jump into an RV.
Oh my gosh, RVs are so popular this summer. Good morning. If you are buying or renting, RVs are going to be hard to find. The RV Industry Association says sales inventory is at a historic low, and the number of Americans who want to hit the open road is record-breaking. So how do you get in on the fun? From finding an RV to landing a campsite, I have the insider tips to help you make some new memories this summer. Soaking in nature, forging new family memories, the pandemic's silver lining, giving millions of Americans time to drive into the great outdoors. 56 million people plan on taking an RV vacation this summer. That's more than double the typical summer average of 25 million.
RVs are being bought as soon as they're hitting the lots.
New projections show shipments of at least 576,000 new RVs by the end of 2021, a nearly 34% increase over 2020. And in a recent poll of new owners, surprisingly, RVers didn't hit the road because of the pandemic.
It's discovering, getting into the great outdoors. It's using an RV as a base camp for other types of outdoor recreation. And of course, spending time with friends and family.
With high demand in the rental market as well, how do you start an RV vacation? I'm here at Camp Taylor Campground in Western New Jersey, and we found an RV and a campsite thanks to Janine Pettit, founder of Girl Camper. Hi, how are you?
Vicki, thank you for coming to the beautiful Garden State.
Yes, so tell us, how can Girl Camper help people start and plan their RV vacation this summer?
We help you find all the resources on how to get the trailer that's right for you, how to find the campground that's right for you. We just provide all of that for you so you can get a step into this lifestyle.
It starts with finding an RV, which we did with Janine's help. And I was in for a real surprise. Oh my gosh, this is my style of camping. This is amazing.
This is glamping. This is what we do.
I love it. You got the fire, an outdoor rug. This is so fancy.
Let me show you the inside.
This looks amazing.
Isn't this beautiful?
Yes, it's so luxurious in here.
A kitchen, a convection microwave, a double stainless steel sink. We've got sleeping for two up here.
I see that.
The dinette folds down and becomes two more, and there's a big queen size bed and full bath in the back.
So this is nicer than some New York City apartments, I have to say. To rent an RV, Janine says try Outdoorsy, an Airbnb for RVs. Another option, RV Share, which allows you to rent directly from RV owners across the U.S. Don't forget the large rental companies like Cruise America and El Monte. When it comes to cost, RVs start at $55 per day for a small towable camper that sleeps 4. And they can go all the way up to $1,500 a day for one of these Rockstar buses that can sleep 8. How do you score an amazing campsite like this?
With perseverance, Vicki. Keep calling that campground because people cancel. Life happens. There's lots of cancellations at the last minute. The other thing is once your feet are wet and you become a little more savvy, then you're going to book this thing 6 months in advance.
Other options, Harvest Host allows you to camp at a winery, brewery, or even a private farm for $99 a year. No camping fees, but you can only stay one night at a time. And hipcamp.com will direct you to campsites on everything from public parks to private farms, starting at $20 a day. And one final thing to consider, do you want to tow a travel trailer like this? The upside is once you get to your campsite, you still have a car that you can get out, be mobile, and go sightseeing with. In a mobile home, you might not be as mobile once you're hooked up to the campsite and you don't have a little car to tow around. The upside is, once you get out on the open road, you can take the whole crew with you. What do you think it is about nature and the great outdoors that's welcoming so many people back out?
I think it's so healing, and it's been a stressful year for a lot of people. We have no Wi-Fi here. We're not able to stream anything. We're not downloading email. It forces you into a situation in which you just need to chill out.
Cheers to camping. Hello to all of you watching Today in 30 on Today All Day. I'm Vicki Wynn. You just saw my piece on RVing and finding a campsite, glamping. Man, that was such a fun story to do. Some extra tips for you if you are planning to go camping this summer at a national park. Plan ahead, make a reservation whenever possible. There will be some long lines because those parks are going to be popular. Something else to consider, bring your own surge protector to plug in between your RV and the campsite. And don't forget the bug spray so you can keep the critters away and everyone can have a fantastic time. After doing that story, I can't wait to get my camp on. I'll see you soon.
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky. Cleveland, reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic.
How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Ready, actors.
An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll.
Action!
Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts. Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
Okay, Jenna, you just came off of your segment. We're going upstairs to film the 10.
Yes, well, okay, I talked with Jean Becker, who I've known since I was a little girl, so I expected to not cry because I've heard all these stories before, but we did. Lots of tears, lots of Kleenex.
But we always shed a tear. That's why we love you.
All right, there's a new book out now by Jean Becker. It's called The Man I Knew. And Jenna, it's kind of personal to you. It's all about your grandfather.
Yeah, it sure is. And Jean worked closely with both of my grandparents for a number of years. First as deputy press secretary for my grandmother when she was first lady, and then moved on to work as my grandfather's chief of staff for nearly 25 years. Jean held a very special place in my Gampy's heart, and I got to sit down with her and started by asking her about that tough year when my grandfather left the White House.
For the first couple of months after he lost the election, he was much quieter than usual.
Jean Becker became chief of staff for my grandfather, George Herbert Walker Bush, in 1994, shortly after he left the White House.
And he sort of took his time to figure out what he wanted the next chapter in his life to be. He did surprise your grandmother with a cruise on what I call the Love Boat. Can you imagine being on a princess cruise and run into George and Barbara Bush?
Is it true he saw a commercial?
And he booked it without telling her. He surprised her, which is, I hope she remembered to pack a swimsuit.
I'd never seen it before, but he wrote this list of things that can help somebody get over losing the presidency of the United States, which also is kind of a guide to life, to anybody that's had heartbreak or failure.
Number one, get out of Dodge fast. Your history on that cold January day, so be pleasant about it. Smile a lot. Always count your blessings. And here's my favorite, number 10, hug your grandkids.
It makes me want to cry already. What was it about him that you most admired?
He knew how to handle the speed bumps in life. And as you know, he had a lot. He was shot down during World War II. They lost their daughter Robin to leukemia. He lost the election. He was so resilient. He knew how to pick himself up, dust himself off, and move on, and do great things.
In her new book, The Man I Knew, Jean gives us a glimpse into the man beyond the presidency, a devoted husband, a proud father, and a loving Gampy.
He sent this email to all of you, and I just love it. I'm a very happy Gampy. My legs don't bend too well. As you know, I had to give up fly fishing off the rocks, but there is plenty left to do, plenty of wonderful things. I think of all of you an awful lot. I just wonder how each of you is doing in life, in college, in school. If you need me, I am here for you because I love you very much. This comes from your devoted Gampy.
Of course, you loved traveling to some of the incredible places that you got to go, but one of your favorite places to go with Gampy was to the grocery store and to Sam's Club. Why is that so?
Because it was surreal. People were just stunned. They would get a flatbed pulling cart and walk around the store. Your grandfather bought a huge thing of Cheetos at least a couple times a month. I'm telling you, Jenna, there's still Cheetos here in Houston somewhere. grandfather bought.
I just love that. The other thing that it didn't surprise me, but I thought of Gampy this way, but I loved hearing it from you, was that he was such an idea person.
Your grandfather would come in the office about 7 o'clock every morning. And he would sit down at my desk and say, Jean, I have an idea. And sometimes it would be something as simple as getting pizza, but then it would be, I think I'm going to start parachuting. And I will tell you, Jenna, if one of my great regrets of being your grandfather's chief of staff, I wish I wore a helmet cam on my head when I would go back to the Secret Service and say, good morning, how are you all today? Oh yeah, President Bush is going to start parachuting. Or we're going to go back to Chichijima in the middle of the South Pacific and there's no airport there. And the looks on their faces.
One thing that you got to witness at Sam's Club and everywhere, all over the world, was my grandparents' relationship and 73 years of marriage.
Your grandmother used to say in her speeches and to young people that for a marriage to work, each partner had to give 55%.
She told me 75, but I think that was just particularly for me. And Henry to work.
The best story happened about a week before your grandmother died. Your grandfather was in the hospital. Your grandmother was on her way back to the hospital by ambulance. He said, well, I want to go see her. And Jenna, he looked awful. I tried to fix his hair, but there was nothing I could do with it. It was standing straight up like this. And he had on an oxygen mask. He had on a hospital gown. And he just sat there holding her hand. It was so sweet. And all of a sudden, your grandmother opened her eyes and looked at him and said, my God, George, you are devastatingly good looking. And then she closed her eyes again and went back to wherever she was.
Jean spent nearly a quarter of a century as one of my grandfather's most trusted confidants. And since his death in November 2018, she's worked passionately to share his legacy.
During that funeral week, people just couldn't quit talking about him enough and what a great man he was and everything he accomplished. You know, he was very modest, but I'm thrilled that he lived to see history understood him. History finally got his heart and soul.
Okay. That is so incredibly poignant. And I like the story she told about how she was holding his hand at the very end.
Yeah, the last words that that he ever said to her, she coughed and he was holding her hands and he said, Jean, are you okay? And those were the last words. And she thinks it was a double meaning. Right. You know, are you okay?
With me,
but
yeah,
also,
with me going.
Are you going to be okay?
Oh.
And then, you know, the last words he ever said were to my dad, and they were, I love you. So Jean's book, The Man I Knew, is out now. His birthday was on Saturday. And so I love that I got to speak with her and celebrate him. And you can check it out now at today.com/shop.
Hoda, what did you feel watching that?
I mean, I felt like I've heard Jenna talk about her grandfather, but there was something about that interview and interviewing Jean in such a different way. I mean, that was so...
I was surprised. Like, I had no idea he booked a cruise. How about taking my grandmother? How hilarious is that? She was mad, too. She didn't want to be in public in a bathing suit.
And I love the whole Sam's Club and the whole with the flatbed.
Cheetos.
Cheetos. Now we get... All right, guys, be sure to join us tomorrow on Today for a milestone we've been looking forward to. Tina Fey, right here in our studio. It's
actual live guest.
Our first one, right?
Yeah, since the pandemic. Yeah. Plus, we're going to have a special and really personal conversation ahead of Father's Day with the dads of today.
Have a great Monday. We'll see you tomorrow right here on Today. everyone. Welcome to Today All Day. The next 30 minutes, you'll be hanging with me, and I have some of my favorite original videos just for you, full of inspiration and hope. So take a seat, get a tissue, come along for the ride as we hear words of wisdom from some of my favorite people.
I think about faith, and I think about how it's really, truly helped get me through this pandemic. You know, these are tough times. I've counted on my faith. It hasn't always been, firing on all cylinders. I've had questions, I've had doubts, but it's been there for me.
It's my lucky day when Harry Connick Jr. joins, quoted by Harry is one of my pals. We share the love of New Orleans and the love of many things. But Harry, okay, everyone's got a quote, something that's kind of their guiding light. What's your quote?
I thought about this. I knew I was going to be talking to you today, and I don't want it to sound conceited, but I actually have a quote that I wrote, which is from my new album. It's from a song. The song is called Alone with My Faith. The quote is, I don't have all the answers, but I have always known I'm eternally faithful, so I am never alone.
That's chills. That's chills right there. Tell me how that gives you that kind of sense of peace.
Well, faith is something I think is a gift that was given to us by God to compel us to communicate with him. And I think about faith, and I think about how it's really, truly helped get me through this pandemic. These are tough times, and I've counted on my faith. It hasn't always been firing on all cylinders. I've had questions, I've had doubts, but it's been there for me, and it's an evolving, wonderful gift, and it was important to write about faith.
Yeah, I think that's so beautiful. And I think, some people call it prayer. Some people just have conversations with God. What is it for you?
I think it's all of those things. Yeah. For me, I believe in God, and I believe that, God wants me to talk to him. And I try to do that. I try to be honest and be the best person that I can be. And in times like we've all just gone through, I find that to be very comforting.
Yeah, I know, because the world is full of uncertainty, and once you have that locked in, you feel like, okay, we'll make it through this one just like we made it through the other stuff.
For me, it's about family and faith, and I know it's about that for you too, and so many of your viewers watching now. If those parts of your life are paramount and in order, then everything else just kind of falls into place. It doesn't mean you're not going to be disappointed or you're not going to endure hardships, but it sure makes handling things a little bit easier.
It sure does. Well, I love that quote. I'm going to read it one more time. I don't have all the answers, but I have always known I'm eternally faithful, so I'm never alone. That's from your song, Alone with My Faith. Beautiful. Harry, we love you, man. I can't wait to see you in New Orleans soon.
I know. I love you too, Hoda. Okay. Take care of the beautiful family of yours.
I will. You too. Thank you, Harry.
So many of us feel like, myself included, before doing this book, that forgiveness is a gift that I'm giving to another person. And by changing that mentality and that view on forgiveness, for me, made it such an empowering thing to be able to actually forgive and to give the gift to myself, because it really has nothing to do with another person.
This quoted by series is one of my favorite things, and it's partly because I feel like it gives you a window into the person I get to talk to. Like, what is the quote? What is the North Star? Katherine Schwarzenegger Pratt, come on. I know you have so many lanes, but you've been big in a certain lane in this moment, haven't you?
Yes, I have. I'm so excited to be here to talk about it.
Well, okay, the forgiveness lane, but this is the quote that you love, and this is right on point. And this is your quote is by Oprah. And this is the quote that you love. Forgiveness is giving up the hope that the past could be any different. It's accepting the past for what it was and using this moment and this time to help yourself move forward. Tell me why that resonated with you.
Well, throughout my book, I did a series of quotes at the top of every person's section and chapter, and it's a collection of different people's interviews that I've done, all about their experiences with forgiveness, their challenges, and their struggles with it. And I was able to come across so many incredible different quotes for this book that pertain to forgiveness, and I thought that one spoke really truly to just my overall conclusions on the topic of forgiveness and how challenging it can be to release what has happened in your life and be able to move forward. And I think it speaks to the complexities of forgiveness and also this really confusing part of forgiveness, which is that if we forgive and move on, that it feels like a betrayal of our own hurt and the pain that we experienced. And in order to really be able to forgive and move on, you have to make peace with that and be able to leave that in the past and not carry around that anger or that sadness or that hurt or, you know, that specific situation every single day. And that is really true forgiveness. And it's the gift of freedom that you're giving to yourself. So I felt like that quote really spoke truly to what the book is really about.
I mean, the gift of freedom. The gift of freedom you're giving yourself. And that makes you feel lighter. Because sometimes you think by hanging on to something, you're kind of, you're settling a score. You're making sure you don't let them off the hook. They hurt you. They hurt your mother. They hurt your friend. I'm not going to let you go scot-free. But it really has nothing to do with them in the end, right?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I think that's the biggest, point of forgiveness is really that it is a gift that you give yourself. And so many of us feel like, myself included, before doing this book, that forgiveness is a gift that I'm giving to another person. And by changing that mentality and that view on forgiveness, for me, made it such an empowering thing to be able to actually forgive and to give the gift to myself, because it really has nothing to do with another person. So when we change that perspective and don't look at it as something that we're giving to somebody who hurt us, and you're actually giving something to yourself, then it can be such a much more empowering experience too.
Your book is filled with beautiful stories and wonderful quote. The Gift of Forgiveness is out now. It's in paperback and it's worth the read. Catherine, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
What's about to happen on our plaza is you're all going to get your very first COVID vaccine.
I'm excited.
She's excited. 3, 2, 1, champion!
So grateful.
Is that close to prom?
Here we go.
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Ready, actors.
An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll.
Action!
Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
And the truth of the matter is that our lives do hinge on a couple seconds that we don't see coming. And what we do in those seconds ultimately determines the rest of our lives.
This is one of my favorite segments to do. It's called Quoted By. So we get to ask the coolest, most amazing people who we know, Jamie Lee Curtis, if there's a quote that is kind of their guiding light, something that they look to. Jamie Lee, what's your favorite quote?
So there's a book called Special Topics in Calamity Physics by a woman named Marisha Pessl. And in the middle of the book, there's a line that says, "Life hinges on a couple seconds you never see coming."
Oh my gosh.
And for me, it really speaks to all of the time I spend in my head about the what ifs and children and health and work and money and creativity and life's purpose. And the truth of the matter is that our lives do hinge on a couple seconds that we don't see coming. And what we do in those seconds ultimately determines the rest of our lives. And so what are we preparing for, really? Because life is going to happen. The term blank happens.
Yeah.
Well, life happened. In recovery, we say life on life's terms, not my terms, not your terms, life's terms. So I like the idea of life hinging on seconds I don't see coming, because it means I just have to stay open for whatever comes.
Yes, and there was that saying about like one of the greatest freedoms we have is how we react to something, how we react to those few seconds, right?
And by the way, people lean in, people lean back.
Yeah.
People run toward it, or people run away from it.
Yeah.
That's humankind. And I hope I'm one who leans into it, reaches my hand out, whatever it is. And by the way, life has hinged for me a couple times on things I never thought would happen. And they happen. And by the way, I met my husband by seeing his picture in a magazine and saying out loud to a friend of mine, I'm going to marry that dude, and married him 4 months later. So the truth of the matter is, life hinged for me on a couple seconds I didn't see coming.
I'm glad you leaned into that one. I'm sure he is too. Jamie Lee,
me
we
too.
love you. Thank you so much.
Love you too.
I always tell everyone, if money wasn't an issue, what's the one thing that you would do for free? And whatever that thing is that you would do for free, that's what you love.
Welcome to Quoted By. One of my very favorite country artists, Jimmy Allen, kind of jumped into my life when Kathy Lee and I were hosting this show, and he left an impression that we never forgot. So it's my privilege and pleasure to have Jimmy on this Quoted By series. Hi, Jimmy.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good to see you, sweetie. So I know you're a quote guy. You post quotes, you love quotes, but is there a quote that stands out to you as kind of, I don't know, your North Star or your guiding light?
Yes, there's a quote that I wrote a little while ago. I'm always about self-motivation, which leads to motivating other people. Why don't you read
You ready? Here we
my
go.
favorite quote?
This is your favorite quote, babe. Here we go. The passion you have for the dream you're chasing must outburn your comfort in remaining comfortable. You got to be able not to sleep, right?
Yeah. You got to sacrifice some things, whether it's, I've missed Christmases, Thanksgivings, birthdays, family reunions, weddings, funerals. But I always tell myself, and I tell people too, make time to see your family more than just the holidays. That way, if a holiday comes up and you miss them, you've already seen them 4 or 5 days in a year, in that one day. Even though you want to be with them, you spent your time with that family. And just, when you're chasing a dream, some things you got to sacrifice. And I'm here to tell you it's definitely worth it.
Well, you're living proof that it's worth it. Jimmy, there are people there who don't know what their thing is yet. Do you have any way that, how did you find your thing? And what advice would you give to people who are like, well, I don't quite know what mine is yet?
I always tell everyone, if money wasn't an issue, what's the one thing that you would do for free? And whatever that thing is that you would do for free, that's what you love. That's what your path is. And you set goals to make sure you get there eventually, because it's so much joy, so much happiness in chasing what you love. Because see, what you love is about what you love, not the money. Now, eventually, if you work hard, you keep progressing in that said career, the money will come. But at first, it's just fun. Like the days when I was working 3 jobs and just singing down in Nashville on Broadway, like I was singing, for a living. Like I felt successful because my dream was not to be rich, not to be famous, but my dream was to be a singer. Mm-hmm. And no matter the level, you're still doing what you love.
You know what's funny? I just was remembering I interviewed Magic Johnson a while ago, and I asked him, when were you your happiest? And he said, I'll tell you exactly when I was my happiest. He said, I was in my college room with Cookie, who's now his wife. We scraped together money for a pizza and 2 Cokes. And he said, and there we sat on the floor of my dorm room eating that pizza, and he remembered it. And he talked about that really was happiness to him. All the rest of the stuff that came with didn't have anything to do with him being happy.
My mom's brother married his sister, Kim. Yeah, his mom's definitely told me a lot of stories about, when he was chasing the NBA dream and things like that.
Yeah.
So.
Well, chasing the dream. Well, Jimmy, we adore you. We can't wait to have you back in studio. And thank you for this beautiful quote again. Let me read it one more time. The passion you have for the dream you're chasing must outburn your comfort in remaining comfortable. You're wise. I want to put that in my next quote book.
Hey, I'm trying. That's my dream. I'm trying to work on a quote book.
Yeah.
You know, I got my kids' book coming out next year. And then we got, we should do a quote book. We should do one together.
I look forward to that, Jimmy. All right, honey. Thank you so much. Enjoy,
All right.
okay?
All right, see you.
Bye, babe.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. We're going to do our part and get vaccinated live.
A very special naturalization ceremony.
This is a really inspiring group. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Belonging never asks us, it never demands that we change who we are. It demands that we be who we are. And when I started just being more authentic in myself, and taking some of the hits that come with that sometimes, what I realized is I belong everywhere.
All right, this is one of my favorite series I do. It's called Quoted By, and one of my favorite people is here, Brene Brown. And Brene, I'll be honest, I mean, I go through your book with a highlighter and a dog ear situation, and I'm stealing your quotes left and right. I mean, I credit you most of the time. But anyway, I just wondered, is there a quote that's kind of your guiding light, your North Star?
Yes, and I have it written down.
Okay.
Because please tell me I know where it's written down. Yes, because it's Dr. Maya Angelou, and you don't mess with that.
No,
so you get those words right. So this was actually the epigraph for one of my books because it was so important to me. It is: you are only free when you realize you belong no place. You belong every place, no place at all. The price is high, the reward is great.
Tell me why that speaks to you.
Because I never belonged. I just grew up not feeling a sense of belonging. I didn't feel a sense of belonging, at school, but I also didn't really feel a sense of belonging at home. And I think it's been kind of my life's work. And when I came across this quote, you belong everywhere, you belong nowhere, I was really resentful of it at first and thought, God, Maya Angelou is my idol. How could she be wrong about this one quote? But then as I started studying belonging, what I realized is that the biggest barrier to belonging is actually trying to fit in. Because fitting in is changing who we are for acceptance and being liked. And belonging is knowing who we are and showing up authentically as ourselves. And sometimes there's a connection and sometimes there's not, and that's okay. But even when there's not a connection, it doesn't bring the grief and the shame of changing who you are to fit in and that not working. And so what I realized from my own research is that belonging never asks us, it never demands that we change who we are. It demands that we be who we are. And when I started just being more authentic in myself and taking some of the hits that come with that sometimes, what I realized is I belong everywhere. As long as I belong in my own heart and don't betray myself. Belonging is not an affirmation from the outside, it's something inside of me. And so that quote has been really meaningful in my life.
It just became meaningful in my life too. Brene Brown, thank you so much. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Hoda.
All right, love you.
We need people to get into good trouble. All of us really need to be doing something good to make this country better.
In this particular quoted by series, you're about to meet an extraordinary woman who I had the privilege of interviewing 20 plus years ago when I was a reporter in New Orleans. Her name is Ruby Bridges, and Ruby was the first African American to be integrated into New Orleans public schools. And Ruby, I remember the day you walked through the door and I got to meet you, and I was looking at you and I was so just inspired by how you were. You seemed so like someone who was unfazed by all the history that you had changed. First of all, how are you?
I'm good. As a matter of fact, I have to say that we just went through a hurricane, and so I'm sitting here with no power and some trees down, but that's typical New Orleans.
Well, Ruby, if anyone can withstand a storm, man, it's you. You've withstood many different kinds of storms, and I was curious if you had a quote, something that sort of moved you and that you live your life by.
I think about John Lewis, and I think about how he, would say that we all have to get in trouble. We have to get into good trouble. And I've kind of, I think, lived my life by that because of that experience at 6 years old. I've always felt like, Hoda, if we were going to get past our racial differences, that it was going to come from our young people and that they needed to get involved. And so hearing him say, go out and get into good trouble, I think that was something that, stuck with me. And, something that I tell young people all the time.
Get in good trouble. I do love that, Ruby. And I love that that you were just sort of this model. And there's another John Lewis quote that I know that is also one of your favorites. Don't get lost in a sea of despair. Be hopeful, be optimistic. Our struggle is not the struggle of a day, a week, a month, or a year. It is the struggle of a lifetime. Never be afraid to make some noise and get in good trouble, necessary trouble. That's kind of the full context. How does that make you feel hearing those words again?
It is so meaningful right now at this moment that we're in. Because we need people to get into good trouble. All of us really need to be doing something good to make this country better, especially now. And, my work is with young people, and I think that, what John Lewis, what his life stood for, and just that whole quote, inspires young people. And it's just so timely right now to think that he said that, so long ago, and thinking about his own life and, the advice that his parents gave him, and here it is, so meaningful right now at this particular moment. So.
Well, Ruby, you are a walking, talking inspiration. I've had the privilege of knowing you for 20 plus years, and it has been my privilege. Thank you for everything that you're doing to make the world better every day. You're helping young people, you're helping grown-ups like us. So I want to say thank you, okay?
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
Yes. This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now. Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21.
Music is back. Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We're all worried because we don't know what's going to happen. We don't. And I think the unknown is the scariest for all of us.
I am so happy today because Candace Cameron Bure is one of our favorite guests that we have on our show, and she is joining me on my Quoted By series. And it's so good to see your face. Especially, you know what, Candace, I'm so happy we're doing your quotes during this time, because I gotta say, people are looking for hope and for light. And I think they want to know, like, what's your North Star when it comes to quotes? And you have two totally different kinds of quotes, which I love. What's the first one?
Well, I'm going to start with kind of the one that's not so warm and fuzzy. And it's excuses are for losers.
Excuses are for losers?
Excuses are for losers. This has been our family motto. My husband's been saying this since I've known him, so for 25 years. I think probably a coach had told him, or his dad. But I love this because it's not about being the winner. It's a character builder. It's saying there's no excuses. Just try. Go for it. It is like the best parenting advice I've ever given to my kids. I say it constantly. It's like, excuses are for losers. Like, don't be a loser. Just go for it.
So if your child comes to you with an excuse, and no matter what it is, how does that remedy? Does it work? Do they take the advice?
It does, because we've been telling them for 20 years. So we're like, no.
Wait, how old is your oldest again? I forgot.
She's 21.
Oh my word. Look at you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm still shocked about that. All right, now, your second one is obviously more warm and fuzzy.
Yeah, it is. So this is from a song from Matt Maher, who wrote it in 2013, and it's called Lord, I Need You. And it's like my everything. It encompasses, I mean, Hoda, you know how important my Christian faith is, and it's the foundation of who I am. And I could pick a Bible verse, and there's a billion that I could give you, but when I need to feel and when I need a reminder, this song and the lyrics in it are everything. It's, Lord, I need you. I need you every day, every hour. I need you.
And how important has that been during this time, Candace?
So important. We're all worried because we don't know what's going to happen. We don't. And I think the unknown is the scariest for all of us. We don't know. We don't necessarily have job security. Some people don't know where their next meal is coming from. Schools are out and parents are like, I'm homeschooling for the first time. Is this going to continue into next year? I mean, there's so many unknown questions. And I can always go back to the Bible and go back to the Lord, who gives all of us not only grace, but hope and promises, and tells us not to worry. He's like, I know every hair that's numbered on your head. I provide for the birds in the air and every animal. Don't you think that you're even more valuable than them? So I love this, and I love sharing my faith, and it's what I've been trying to do during this time the most on social media.
Well, I appreciate you sharing it today with us. Candace Cameron Bure, again, thank you so much. Wish Godspeed to you and your family.
Thanks, Hoda.
You got it, honey. Have a good one.
You too. Bye.
Today, we're kicking off this Monday with a great show, including an all-day exclusive chat that you can only see here. But first, let's begin with Pop Start. Carson brings us an exclusive first look at the trailer for LFG, a documentary about the U.S. women's national soccer team. And a story near and dear to our hearts, the birth of our very own Kristen Welker's baby girl. Take a look.
Best time of the day.
What is Pop Start?
Pop Start.
Yes. First up on Pop Start today, guys, LFG. What's the name there? That is the HBO Max documentary about the U.S. women's national soccer team's fight for equal pay. Now, you may remember in the months leading up to their 2019 World Cup bid, the players filed a class action lawsuit against the U.S. Soccer Federation. In the documentary, which stars Megan Rapinoe, Jessica McDonald, Kelly O'Hara, and many others, they detail that battle and breaking the barriers both on and off the field. And we do have an exclusive first look at the trailer. Take a look.
The women on the U.S. soccer team are suing the U.S. Soccer Federation for equal pay. USSF does argue some women on the team got more compensation than some of the men did.
It's like, really? And then it was like, hold my beer. If we win this World Cup, they would have no choice but to be on our side. That's when I felt the movement. We got the entire world on our side.
There you go. That looks great. LFG hits HBO Max on June 24th. Next up, Kristen Bell, the actress and mother of two, knows kids can say the darndest things, or in her case, they can also write them. Bell's sharing two adorably threatening notes that her daughter left behind around the house. Little Delta writing, "Don't disturb, Delta is starving to death." Only mom can come in.
Oh my gosh.
Kristen saying that this scribbled warning was accompanied by a 30-minute hunger strike. Any parent who's unsuccessfully tried to sneak some veggies into their kids' food can relate to that one. This next note reads, Delta's cookie, don't eat or else, on a plastic bag holding the last tiny bite of a cookie that only a 6-year-old could appreciate. Belle noting that at least her daughter appreciates some leftovers. You've got some threatening notes. We don't have time to get into it. I remember Vale and your exchange was hilarious.
Constantly.
Yeah.
I just got 3 this weekend. She's like, I'm in here suffering.
Yeah.
Let me know when I
The back and forth between you and Vale.
Oh, yeah, it's the thing.
Finally, guys, you may have noticed that our buddy Kristen Welker wasn't at her usual post on Weekend today, and that is because her baby daughter was born. We are thrilled to announce that Margot Lane Welker Hughes was born early Saturday morning via surrogate, 8 pounds, 8 ounces, 19 3/4 inches long. Margot is named after Kristen's grandmother, Margaret Hennigan, and her middle name is Lane. That's John's Nana's maiden name, middle name shared by his mom's sister and cousin. So we're so happy to say congratulations.
That baby looks happy, but I've never seen Kristen look more clear-eyed, right? And way to put it, satisfied.
When you look at Kristen, you know how hard they worked for that moment right there. Welcome to the world, little Margot Lane. And congrats to Kristen and John.
Coming up next on Today Talks, see how Dylan tries to break one of her oldest habits. Stay with us.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today.
They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
What's about to happen on our plaza is you're all going to get your very first COVID vaccine.
I'm excited.
She's excited. 3, 2, 1, champion!
So grateful.
Is that close to crying?
Here we go.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Today on the third hour, Dylan shares a little Monday motivation, telling us how she tried to ditch biting her nails. Did she succeed? Take a look.
This morning, we have a motivational Monday for anyone who is struggling to kick a bad habit. So for the past few months, our buddy Dylan has been working hard to kick her own.
Yeah, and I will do a disclaimer. Like, watching somebody bite their nails can be kind of gross. So that's like all over this spot you're about to see. And I've been biting my nails for as long as I can remember. It's always my New Year's resolution to stop, but it's just something I can't shake. In January on the show, I accidentally talked about how extreme it got. So I finally turned to clinical psychologist Dr. Jenny Yip from the Renewed Freedom Center for help. I'm a nail biter, right? So I guess somehow my finger got infected.
It just went crazy on social media. People were writing in all sorts of different suggestions. I've tried them all. Hopefully, Dr. Yip can help me break this habit. How do you help people with my condition?
It's actually part of the obsessive compulsive spectrum disorder. I have to completely understand where is it that you're picking, what usually leads up to you picking on your skin or biting your nails.
Is that why I haven't been able to solve this problem?
It is, because there are certain things that happens before a person starts picking. Part of the treatment, habit reversal training, is to increase your awareness when the behaviors actually occur. And then number two, teach you a response that's other than the habit, and also give you some skills in how to de-stress.
After we went over a questionnaire assessing my behavior, Dr. Yip assigned me homework. First, identifying locations where I'm picking with a sticky note. Next, minimizing the urge to pick by using lotion, fidgeting with a pen, and dimming the lights. And finally, writing down when I'm anxious.
I noticed that when I'm giving the boys a bath, it's a big time for me to pick and bite my nails.
For our next session, we reviewed my assignments.
So the first one was identifying specific places where you feel like the picking occurs.
I notice it's a lot when I'm playing with my boys. They often go off on their own, so I kind of kill time and just pick my fingers. I also still notice it's a lot of times during an interview at work. Shoot, I just started doing it just now too.
The second task was to replace picking.
I notice a pen really works.
So have you noticed any decrease in your actual picking behavior?
I have a couple that are still bad. So I'm like, it looks ugly, so I might as well just keep picking.
She explained how unproductive my all or nothing approach is.
The vicious cycle of your picking is I feel bad, and therefore this is bad, and therefore I'm just going to keep picking.
Now that I'm aware of this cycle, Dr. Yip suggested I get a manicure since it helped before.
My nails are done. Okay, we'll see if they last. I have not bitten my nails in over a week. They feel healthy, they feel good, I feel good.
I was excited to tell Dr. Yip about my progress.
I'll notice just mindlessly, if I was just about to go do something, I'll just quick go like this, but I'm very aware of it now, so I actively stop it.
Half the battle is knowing that. When you do it, how you're doing it, what you're thinking of when you're doing it. How are things going?
Things are actually going good. So my nails, I have not been picking, I've not been biting.
That's great to hear.
Will I ever be fully cured?
No, there's not a cure. The more important thing is that you know what to do when you do slip. It's a behavior that can come back and you can be in control of it.
Wow. I learned a lot, didn't you?
So, yeah, but how's it going?
I mean, so I fell off the wagon when I couldn't get a manicure one time. So then it just like kind of spiraled out of control. So I realized the manicure is what fixes it. And it's kind of a perfectionist thing. You know, like right now I notice there are just imperfect spots. So I just want to fix it. So moral of the story is I need to get another manicure. But it's not just biting your nails. It's not just finger picking. If you are struggling with any habit that you really want to, get rid of, here are, just to repeat, those 4 tips from Dr. Yip. So you want to increase your awareness. Where are you doing this activity? You know, what are the triggers that make you want to do this? And also just placing that Post-it note just around your house in those places just reminds you, okay, not going to do this right now. You want to have a replacement behavior. You know, for me, it's really just fidgeting. When I hold a pen, I tend not to bite my nails because I can fidget with something else. Dimming the lights, putting on lotions, that's specifically
What
for
does dimming the lights do?
You're not looking at it. You know, the brighter the light, especially natural sunlight, I can see more of the imperfections. And finally, you know, just don't beat yourself up. I was kind of in a vicious circle of, you know, well, it already looks ugly anyway, so I might as well just keep going. And she said, you need to stop that. Just fix the problem, and then you can move on. But, I mean, it's a lifelong thing. It's not going to just go away. But I go through ups and downs.
I learned a lot from that. I didn't realize that it was not psychological, but there was more behind it than just the biting.
Yes.
I didn't know that.
I think you've probably helped a lot of people by sharing that.
Just those little tips.
That was good,
could go
Dylan.
a long way.
That was good.
As long as you're not biting your toenails.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, Hoda's back, and we can't wait to hear what she did to unwind during her time off. Stay with us.
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing. They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Ready, actors.
An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll.
Action!
Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky. Cleveland. Reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic. How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
What's about to happen on our plaza is you're all going to get your very first COVID vaccine.
I'm excited.
She's excited. 3, 2, 1, champion!
So grateful.
Is that close to crying?
Here we go.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
Welcome back. Today on Hoda and Jenna, Hoda shares her best moments from vacation. Plus, I give an update on my skydiving adventure. Check it out. I'm just happy you're back, and you're looking great, and you got some fun time with your mom and sister.
Cool. I mean, my mom and sister came in from Alexandria, from the D.C. area, and I got to tell you, I mean, I kept thinking about how cool it is to watch my mom and sister, like, with my kids. We did nothing and we did everything. There's Joel. We were just sitting on the back on the back porch. We made meals. There's Hope and Haley and my mom and sister. And you know, I don't even know what we did. I actually don't. I don't remember any of it. It's all a big blur. There's Kathy Ryan. You know, but it was just so much fun.
Look at that
We watched
picture.
sunsets and hung out and ate great food. And you know, we have that big blow up pool that it's just fun. I don't even know what we did, but I have to say. Haley and Hope are so attached to my mom and my sister that saying goodbye, like, what do you do? Like, weren't your kids so attached that when they left your parents, like, how did you? I was trying not to say anything that wasn't true. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like they're
don't
not
worry,
leaving. You got to tell them they're leaving. But also, I know, I mean, and I'm so happy that you got those moments just to be in it, you know, just to see them together.
And I think sometimes, like, when you have family over and stuff like we did, it's so much fun, and it's always great to have, like, right in front of your mind. It's like, how beautiful this is. Yeah.
Fortunate we are to be together.
Yeah. It's cool.
I think that's so awesome.
Anyway, so let's forget about that week. I'm so happy about one thing. I was off Friday and I was bumming.
Yes.
The reason I was bumming is because you were supposed to skydive. And I said, I cannot believe I'm going to miss that day. Well, thank you, weather gods, for cooperating. So you're going to jump out of an airplane.
Jump on, I was supposed to do it on Friday, but I'm going to do it, if the weather stays good, Thursday.
You're doing this
I'm
Thursday.
jumping out this Thursday.
In case
and you'll
people don't
be
know
here.
the story, tell why you're doing that.
Okay, so I am jumping out in honor of really of my grandfather's birthday, because it was something he did, and I'm jumping with the same team he jumped with, called the Golden Knights. They're incredible. But also I am jumping at the United States Army Museum of the Army. And I'm jumping because it opened right before the pandemic and then had to shortly close. It opened in March of 2020. And so we're going to reopen the museum with this jump.
Now, is it weird? Because, sometimes you just want to get things over with.
Yes.
And now it was postponed. So you had Saturday and Sunday and Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday.
Well, I know. I mean, I'm like, this is hanging over me, and we've gotten a lot of advice, which has been fun. But I was happy that you could be there, honestly.
I'm so
and
happy.
Also, the weather was so bad.
Scary.
That I didn't want to jump.
Now, okay, so we've been getting advice, as you said, from viewers. So let's take a look at what Karen from Northridge, Ohio had to say.
My advice is just to thoroughly enjoy yourself on the way down. Look out and see how gorgeous the world is. I will say I laughed all the way down until I thought my tonsils were going to freeze, because it's very cold at 14,000 feet. So maybe keep your mouth closed, but otherwise enjoy the ride.
By the way, Karen is very zen.
I know.
Doesn't she have a zen
I'm going
thing
to try
about
to take
her?
Karen with me.
Laughing all the
Right?
way
Laughing
down. Can you
and
imagine
smiling.
how crazy and delirious you're going to feel? You're going to be nuts. Please don't curse. What are you going to do about that?
I don't know. I said, Mommy, I need to come up with a code word.
Okay, let's work on it.
Okay.
Do you have any ideas?
Well, I thought hold up.
No, because it'll come out like ho, and then that would be not good. All right. So if you all were watching the French Open, you saw Novak Djokovic pull off a stunner. He won, and it went to 5 sets.
Yes. And this is, I mean, he is one of the greatest in tennis, so it's not a huge surprise, but he did come back from being down 2 sets to none in an epic match that lasted 4 hours and 11 minutes, and it was his second French Open win and his 19th overall Grand Slam title.
Yeah, look at this. Boom, and playing on clay, that's tough stuff. There he goes. And there was another big winner on the court. There's a young boy in the stands who Djokovic gave his match-winning racket to. Look at this kid. Mom, oh my God.
This is so cute. And the Joker, as I like to call him, told reporters that his young fan never gave up on him. Even when he was down 2 sets, and he even offered up his tips and coaching advice throughout the game. It's so sweet that he was paying attention to the stands to see him.
Okay, I kind of want to get weepy. That kid, when you watch a life-changing moment, that may have been Joker's life-changing moment, but that kid,
I know.
That'll be like, oh my gosh, that was beautiful.
But I wasn't watching this because I was just waiting to watch the Westminster Dog Show. I knew it was on Sunday. I could only watch so much TV. And we have to say congratulations to Wasabi.
Yeah.
Okay, this is Wasabi, who won the Best in Show at the Westminster Kennel Club Dog Show last night. Look at Wasabi's beautiful locks.
Okay, look, I like it in slow motion. There's something about the flowing hair. It's like a Breck ad. Remember those old Breck commercials?
Yeah, but I kind of think Wasabi, and if we can go back to that running shot, looks a little bit like a bunny.
He does. Let's see. Well,
or she. I mean, I don't know.
It's
a boy.
Oh.
Wasabi is a boy, and we'd like to say that winning runs in his family.
Yeah, his grandpa actually won in 2012. This one beat out 2,400 other dogs from 209 breeds. So this is how Wasabi's going to celebrate. He likes filet mignon, apparently. So that's what he's eating. So there. Look at that. I love it.
Okay, so we need some new things to watch, or I do, because I finished The Mayor of Easttown.
I want to see In the Heights.
Well, me too. I'm going to watch In the Heights.
Did you see it?
Donna said it's so
Donna
good.
said it's great.
Donna, is it appropriate for children?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't wait to see it. I'm dying to see it.
Me too. So I'm going to watch that with the kids. And we are not going to watch this with the kids. Sex and the City is coming out with a reboot. We cannot wait.
Look at them. There's the picture.
Sarah Jessica Parker shared this photo.
Yeah, this reunited, and this is Cynthia Nixon and Kristen Davis. So I'm just, I don't know what to think about what's her name not being
Kristen,
Kim Cattrall.
Kim Cattrall. Yeah, what's her name?
You know what would be epic? Okay, so if They start like this, and everyone's like, oh, too bad Kim Cattrall can't join. And they go up to the end, wait, and everyone's waiting for it. And at the very end, she says, I'm in. And then, can you imagine how amped and pumped viewers would be?
I don't think that's going to happen. I really don't.
Why?
Because I don't think so. I mean, so people are wondering if Cynthia's going to bring back Miranda's Red.
Oh, I think we need Miranda's Red.
But guess what? We had reported on this very show that Chris Noth was, Mr. Big was not going to be back.
He is?
He is. So is Steve. So is Harry. All three of these
They're all
gentlemen.
coming back?
Yes.
Wait, let's look at them.
Do you remember him?
Oh, yes, of course. Look at Harry. Something about being bald is so cute.
Yeah.
I thought there was something very cute and just hot about him.
A bald man?
Short, bald, yeah.
You like a
I
short,
like
bald man?
Yeah, I think that's a good. Yeah, I actually think there's something. You know why? Because there's a confidence that can only come from that. There's
Have you
confidence.
dated a lot of short, bald men?
No, just a couple. Time for Unscripted. Okay, before we go on, can we just, guys, is there one more shot outside? Do you mind?
Please.
We have such a great crowd that we're just not used to it, and it's kind of cool. We're just, you know what? Every now and then you realize, everything's starting to come back, and there's our friend. We don't know her name, but we love her.
Our friend in the lavender is one of our favorites.
Yes.
You know what? It's so true. It's like the New York City turned the lights on, and they were never really off.
I mean, and this is a rainy day, too. And wait till the summer gets kicking in. It's going to be really cool.
Can't
All right.
wait.
So make a plan for tonight if you don't already have one. If you're not a regular Jeopardy viewer, watch tonight because there's a cool new guest host that we've heard about. She's got a 2-week stint, and her name is...
Who is
Savannah Guthrie. Good for her.
It's so awesome. So she's taking her turn behind the podium, and she was definitely nervous. It was interesting to see Savannah nervous because she really rarely is.
Well, it's so funny because, Carson was pointing out today, she does a show live. We all do one live every single day.
Right.
But that show is different. That show has a zero margin for error. These shows are error-filled. And we're like, okay, that one, if you mess up, it's like redo, and there's a lot. And you think about it, here's the question, you're reading it to make sure you pronounce all right. Then you look up who answered it. Okay, do you want 100? Think about, when they make it look easy, you know it isn't.
The other thing that's kind of crazy is that you tape 2 weeks of shows in 2 days.
Yeah.
10 outfits, 2 days. I remember when she was getting ready to go, she was organizing her things because also it's you kind of want to look, Alex Trebek just did this incredible job and he was so professional and you want to bring that professionalism. So
you don't realize a lot of these game shows do that. They tape all at once, but tonight is her night and she looked kind of giddy like a little girl who was so excited. So here's a little bit about what she had to say about the experience.
Being here, standing behind this podium, I have a new appreciation. It was hard. It's one of the hardest things I've ever done, but it's also one of the best things I've ever done.
See, you know what?
Awesome.
It's always good to swing for it.
She was like, why was I doing this? Why did I decide? And then you feel so good when you put yourself outside your comfort zone.
We want to give another big congratulations to one of our Today Show colleagues, Kristen Welker. First of all, we love her so much. She moderated this big debate. She's done a lot of things, but I got to tell you, her biggest accomplishment just happened. She welcomed a baby girl on Saturday, Margot Lane Welker Hughes.
She named the babe after Kristen's grandmother, Margaret, and she talked so much about how hard it was to have this baby, and now look at this family. It's just beautiful.
I know. I've seen Kristen happy, but this is next level.
We're so happy for her.
Congrats.
Today Talks continues after the break. I have a special chat with Hoda that you can only see here on Today All Day.
Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back to Today Talks and our exclusive content you can only see here on Today All Day.
I feel a little distracted, I'm sorry, just for 1 second.
Yes.
Because it's so weird, you guys. We've been sitting in the studio for how many months?
Well, at least you've been here for
But you and I.
I've been here since August.
August. And we have rarely had a soul outside. And what's so crazy is, I think a good barometer of whether a city is coming back is when you look outside and you see people.
Yes, there's people out there.
There are people outside. They've been on corners. They've been, in New York, obviously now, you don't have to wear a mask outside if you're vaccinated. Some people are still choosing to. But you know how they always say, like, there are little signs that life is coming back?
Yeah.
All the teeny little signs.
But isn't it such an interesting thing, too? It was like we blinked
Yes.
and the world is back.
Do you feel like, you know how we say we were forever changed after the pandemic? We're going to do this, we're going to slow down, we're going to do A, B, C. Do you feel like
Yes.
You do?
I do. I feel forever changed. And even on Saturday, we were supposed to do something.
Yeah.
And I said to Henry, I'm like, do you want to? And
Wow.
he said, not really. And I said, do you? And I said, not really. And so we just said no. And I think there's something so liberating.
Yeah.
I mean, I know a lot of people have written about the power of yes.
Yeah.
But I feel like, where do you want to spend your time?
Yeah.
So we hung with the kids and watched a movie. And
I think what's cool, too, is when you say no, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm always a no, thank you because blah, 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 blah.
100%.
And I started just last week, not 100%, but better than I was before, of just saying, I really appreciate it, but we really can't. And I have to tell you, every time I did that, and I kid you not, I felt a little lighter. And back to Martha Beck and her, which I missed that, The Power of Integrity, or Road to Integrity, or whatever her book is. Every time you tell the truth, even on a white lie, you feel lighter.
And it's okay just to say no. I mean,
And
I
be
think
kind about it.
Be kind, but it is
Yeah.
okay. Like most people won't care, you know?
Yeah.
And the other thing that I think is interesting, and this is in a similar vein, is that I was playing tennis with a friend, and I kept saying sorry. Like I was saying sorry if I hit a good shot. I was saying sorry if I missed the ball. I was saying sorry if I dropped the ball. And all of a sudden I was like, wait.
What am I doing?
Why am I doing this? And so then I said, I'm going to play. I said to my friend kind of as a joke, because I'm also then the joker. Like I feel like I need to make people laugh.
Yes, yeah,
I'm
no.
like, why can't I just be here and play? But I said, okay, I'm going to play like as if Henry was playing. I'm going to play like I'm a man.
What does that mean? Oh, like
I'm
you're a
not going to
man.
apologize.
Right.
I'm going to be okay if I make a mistake, because who cares?
Yeah.
I'm going to be okay if I hit a good shot, because who cares?
Yeah.
And it was so liberating for a minute to let go of that like little kid in me who apologized for everything.
Yes.
And last night, the same thing. Mila said sorry for something.
She did.
And I said, but Mila, you don't need to. She didn't do anything.
Right.
I said, you
'Cause
don't need
they're
to say
mimicking
sorry.
us.
Why does that happen? Why do
I
we
don't
say
know,
sorry about everything?
But Hope is too, and she's saying sorry. Sorry, Mama, sorry. Because I think when I take her diaper off, and if I do a little I don't mean, sorry. Like everything's sorry.
I know,
And
why?
so I don't know.
But meanwhile, speaking of diapers, guess what happened on Sunday morning? Hal Hager, and did he apologize?
What happened?
Nope.
What did he do?
Diaper off. Everywhere.
Okay.
Everywhere. And everywhere, I mean, and I wanted to say, do you want to say sorry, Mama? And he was like, nope.
Because
I was like, why is he so quiet in there? And it turned out
And
he
you
was
knew why.
occupied. No, I didn't know until I stepped in and saw it.
Can I tell you something really weird? Because whenever I had COVID, whenever it was, the only blessing of having COVID at some point when you didn't even know, like I had a long time ago, I still do not know when I change a diaper what it is. But that's the only blessing of the whole thing.
I wish that there was just an experiment about walking into Hal's bedroom, because if you could not have smelled that, you need some sort of medicine.
Exactly.
Okay.
All right, well, that's going to do it. That was a fun episode of Today Talks. Keep watching for more Today All Day.
this crazy year, what are you looking forward to the most when life really gets back to normal?
I'm looking forward to going to restaurants and museums and just kind of like spending a day wandering around, interacting with just all that stuff that we've just missed, like nothing even so crazy, just kind of like getting back out into the world and experiencing sensory things.
Seeing humans, making eye contact.
Yeah.
I know.
Exactly.
It's an adjustment. You actually had COVID early on.
Yeah.
How do you feel now? I know you had some long haul symptoms. Are you feeling better?
Yeah. I feel better. I sometimes they come back a little bit, but I think I'm better and better. It's been pretty crazy though. It's been pretty wild. I'm not gonna lie.
You famously, I guess kind of famously, you and your hubby got married but didn't move in together right away. Then you moved in together and the pandemic struck. So you went from kind of having your own space to having zero space and 24/7, 365. How was that?
It was amazing. I married the right dude. Like, he is the best, and there's like nobody better to be stuck with. So I am glad we moved in together before the pandemic hit.
Yeah, it's like from 0 to 100, but thank goodness that it could have gone in a different direction. Like that, it's affirming that you're actually like, okay, you're the right person.
That's a good point. No, you're definitely right.
How has it been home with your kids? Because he's got 2 teenagers, you've got 2 teenagers.
It's been the best. I mean, it's like, there are some really significant, profound silver linings from this crazy 12 months. And that time with the kids has been definitely on the top of the list. And, we were just saying last night how it was amazing to, with teenagers, they're usually having dinner. Like, we always eat all together, but then it's like they're rushing off to do X, Y, and Z. And for the last 12 months, we've all just had these long, lingering, wonderful conversations at meals and, visits where, my daughter will just come in and kind of lay on the couch and kind of catch up. And, that to me has been the most precious gift of this whole time.
I mean, it's a dream. Your teenagers, when I was a teenager, I found my parents to be deeply embarrassing and uncool. But your kids are lucky. They have two cool parents. Like, do they see it that way?
No. My daughter thinks we're totally embarrassing. My daughter makes fun of us all the time, and she always has. It's pretty funny. I think my son thinks we're pretty cool, maybe. But he just turned 15, so maybe he'll start to get a different opinion soon.
He might turn into the skeptical, dark teenager.
Yes.
It happens. Well, you have Goop is just going great. You continue to be a mogul. You've got a new skincare line. You have a gadget that shan't be mentioned that's sold out. Can you believe, are you ever still surprised that this has just taken off the way it has?
Yeah, it's so funny because when you work so hard at something for so many years and it feels like it's almost growing in increments that you can barely notice. So I think it's so important sometimes to stop and be like, wow, we actually got somewhere. Like, we're a brand that means something to people, and we're so proud of the things that we make and what we put into the world, and people are actually reading it and coming to the site. So I've been trying actually to stop and take stock a little bit more and appreciate a little bit more lately what we've been able to build.
You've got this new skincare line. Apple, your daughter, is actually a big part of the launch. How did that come about?
Well, this so we have a couple of different lines. One is the Goop Glow line, so it's all about like super healthy, glowy skin and how you get it from the inside out, and amazing ingestible product and topical product. And we were doing this moisturizer, this light glow moisturizer, and partly because she's very into makeup and skincare, and she loves the Glow line, and so she was like, you guys should make a light moisturizer that has gives you like a little bit of a glow. So she was sort of part of the product development process. And so that when it came out, I was like, oh my gosh, should I let her be in the picture or not? Because she wanted to be in the picture, so we decided to let her. But it's nice. It's nice when it feels like your family's contributing to what you're doing and the things that you're making, and to have that kind of support. Like my mom was a model for me last summer with our Goop jeans line. And so it's so nice to have like these two generations of women who love you being supportive. It's so sweet.
Well, I love her TikTok video.
First, my mom drinks her Goop Glow Super Powder, and she eats nothing except for dates and almond butter.
She's basically trolling you.
That's what she does all the time. That's what I was telling you. Constantly.
She's saying my mom is always, she's been on a cleanse since I was born, and she's always drinking a smoothie and making candles, and she's even teasing you about Goop's focus on a certain female body part.
Yep, that's right. I get it all day long. I mean, she's so funny. It's funny, one of my best friends from growing up, a guy named Tony Linnes, he was like, because my father was really funny, and he always says she's the non-recessive Paltrow humor gene.
She is really like, she's sassy. She's super sassy.
Oh yeah, big time. She's powerful, and she's articulate and funny, and I love that kind of dry, sassy sense of humor.
Do you think she'll go into the family business? At this point, what is the family business? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, which one? I don't know. She's very, it depends day to day. She's really interested in a lot of things. She's really interested in history and political science and law. And, she loves the art. She's amazing so I don't know. I think both of my kids are sort of like, we don't want to think about what we want to do. We just kind of want to see what unfolds. And, because I think as parents, we're like, wow, I wonder what direction they're going to go in.
But they have time. We don't have to push it.
They do.
Yeah.
It's true.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today. They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing. They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
I was listening to a podcast you did, and I thought it was so interesting. You talked about your dad, and you talked about your upbringing, and even though you had two famous, successful parents, and you had a lot of opportunity, it was so interesting to me. You talked about how your dad kind of said, once you're out on your own, you're on your own. You can go for it in acting, you can go for it in Hollywood, but it's on you. I mean, I thought that was really cool and interesting, but also hard to do as a parent. Like, do you feel you could pull that off now?
You know, I think that was one of the most valuable things he gave me, was saying, you know, look, you're growing up in a privileged environment, but this is my money. This is not yours. And when you leave home, we're done. Like, I'm never giving you a penny. And he stuck to it. Like, it was a great lesson. And I had to learn how to completely fend for myself. And I thought that he would offer a safety net, and he didn't.
Wow.
So it was a wonderful way to understand what I was made of and what I was capable of. And, you know, it knocked any part of me that had the spoiled part of my upbringing, like, knocked it right out. And I really admire him for sticking to it, because, as you say, like, that would pull at my heartstrings, but he stuck to it.
Do you feel like that's something you'll be able to do, or do you want to do? I think about this all the time with my own kids.
You know, I think it's really important that children learn to create a life that they are in charge of, and to have that agency. And so I always encourage them. You know, it's both of my kids. Like, my daughter has had 2 retail jobs. Like, I think just from witnessing me work and respecting that, and the freedom of, you know, that it gives her, you know, to buy the crop top that she wants to buy. And I think it's one of the most important things that we can do to our children is instill that work ethic.
You are also in the midst of the Goop Lab season 2.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a big viewer.
Thank you.
Are you doing anything adventurous this time around?
This season is different. It's kind of a different, like, the content. The setup is a bit different. So I'm not doing anything too daring. I actually had an idea for the show where I wanted to. So I'm trying to convince Netflix for next time. Like, I have an idea that's might be a little too daring, but it's been so incredible to film it, and I'm so excited for this version. They never let you talk about, you know, what it is, but it's going to be really good.
Wait, so do I get to hear the daring idea, the pitch?
I don't think so, but if they agree to it, then I'll tell you first. How's that?
I'll take it. I actually want to do one of these episodes with you. I want to go do one of these crazy, like, ice baths, or I don't know.
Okay, okay. Well, you'll come be my partner in one of them next time.
Yeah, unless it's jumping out of a plane or something, then I'm too.
Okay,
yeah.
I don't want to do that either.
Okay, good. We agree. I sort of been circling around it because I don't think there's a way to talk about it on morning television. But you do have some products that keep selling out. Mm-hmm. And are you surprised?
You know, no, in a way, I'm not surprised. Look, I think that our sexuality is such an important part of who we are. And, you know, even the fact, like, if you think about it, we're on morning television, so we can't talk about female pleasure.
I just bleeped that out. I just bleeped it out.
But, you know, it sort of gives you an insight into how culturally it's still taboo. And one of the things we really believe in at Goop is kind of eliminating shame from these topics.
Have you done anything where you've, like, in this space where you've kind of shocked yourself or surprised yourself that you're talking about it, whether it's the candle or the gadget?
Right. I think it's all sort of part of this thing of, like, bringing female sexuality into the culture and talking about it in a way that kind of demystifies and destigmatizes it. And so I actually think it's great when people are a bit surprised, or, you know, by some of the product. And, you know, it's funny because the candle was a complete accident, and because it just started as a joke and then it became a product. But it's come to be a talisman, you know, for me, of, like, this really important moment to kind of embrace all aspects of ourselves and not feel that kind of shame.
Is your mother ever like, Gwyneth, I can't
Always.
believe.
Always.
Because Ms. Blythe Danner is very elegant and very proper, it seems to me.
She is, but even proper ladies have sexuality too.
This is part of your legacy now, like.
Good.
Really? Okay, so if it's in the first paragraph of your obituary, Gwyneth Paltrow, Oscar winner, and
and
the candle.
Yes, exactly. Hopefully it'll all be, I'll be an amalgam of many things, as all women are.
What about acting? Because you did The Politician, you did, I know you are totally consumed with your company.
Yeah.
But do you still want to pursue acting? Are we going to see you on screen again soon?
Well, you'll see me on screen in the Goop Lab.
Yeah.
For sure. And, it's not really my focus right now. I think if you do see me on screen, it would probably be, something that my husband was doing. Otherwise, I got to focus on my day job.
I know, he's the only one who lured you back to Hollywood.
That's right.
You are kind of a lightning rod. We always talk about this.
Yeah.
Why?
I think I know, but I don't even know that I feel like it's my job to not engage in the opinions about me, good or bad, positive, negative, over time. It's like, I'm really focused on, what I'm doing. And I think it's actually, especially at Goop, what we're putting into the world is actually really important and moving culture forward. And if I started to get upset about people's responses to whatever, it might pull me back from that. So I try just not to pay too much attention and really stay in my integrity and move forward.
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like, really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism. Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
For more than 2 decades, Gwyneth Paltrow has graced covers, grabbed headlines, and garnered every imaginable accolade, one of Hollywood's perennial A-listers. But these days, this is Gwyneth's proudest accomplishment. Goop, the lifestyle and wellness brand she launched 10 years ago in her kitchen, has grown into a $250 million juggernaut. Its customers loyal and passionate, and on a Saturday, happy to spend $1,000 to gobble up Gwyneth's wisdom. Did you ever think that Goop would become what it's become?
I think I had a secret dream that it would become what it's become, but when I started 10 years ago, I had absolutely no idea. I had just had a vision, but I had no idea how to get there, like how to execute on it.
Did you know there was an inner CEO in you?
I was always very interested in business. I was always fascinated by it, but I didn't think that I had kind of the license to go into business.
Sometimes it's written in the press that you stopped acting.
Right.
Are they getting that right? Is you stopped acting? Is you pausing from acting? You're uncoupling from acting?
I've never said that I am quitting acting. What I say is Goop is my full-time passion, and being the founder and CEO of Goop is what I do all day, every day. And occasionally, when something is the right thing and it works out around my children and my Goop life, I'm able to participate. I think I'm just not focused on full-time acting right now.
Everyone says you're extremely involved. This is not a vanity project where you just slap your name on something.
Oh, no, I wish at this point.
What kind of boss would you say you are?
I think that I am an optimistic boss. I think I am constantly hoping for the highest good for all. Over time, I've had to learn the more difficult qualities of being a boss. It's been interesting as a woman to have to implement more structure and boundaries, and giving difficult feedback. Like that's been a hard part of it for me.
What have you learned about yourself in this journey, this particular journey of going into business?
I've had to sort of constantly shed my ego along the way because I had to come to terms with how much I didn't know, how much I had to learn. I made so many mistakes on the way to learning what I've learned.
Goop has sometimes faced criticism, even lawsuits, accusing it of promoting unproven health claims, what some called pseudoscience. Growing pains, Paltrow says she has learned from. But her vision has also been vindicated.
Hello.
The wellness concept she was among the first to popularize now makes up a $4.2 trillion industry.
And we've always said, we're just asking questions. And I also really love when we write about something or talk about something at Goop and, the internet goes crazy, and then 6 months later, 12 months later, 2 years later, you see it kind of being widely adopted into the culture.
Well, that has happened a few times.
Yes, it has.
You could say I told you so.
But I would never.
Gwyneth is well aware of the way some people see her as someone just a bit too perfect. And she's willing to poke fun at herself, like on SNL this weekend.
Pfeiffer, I need your help because I'm really afraid that Gwyneth's gonna fire me. No, she doesn't believe in firing. Remember? It's called conscious unemploying. Right.
Well, first of all, for the record, are you perfect?
Oh my God. Are you insane?
Exactly.
I'm a mess.
Everyone is, but for people to kind of say, is she trying to say she's so perfect and the rest of us are just a bunch of slobs?
I mean, that's been actually the opposite of my intention. I always feel like I'm very open about my learnings, my shortcomings, my mistakes. I think we're all in process, and we're all starting at different places. And I think I'm actually a person who tries to look for ways to really support people and offer solutions and ideas.
Strolling around the summit, it's easy to get drawn into the Goop universe.
1, 2, 3.
For a B12 shot or a different kind of needle.
But what about an ear pierce?
Well, I don't know. My ears are pretty pierced up.
That's true.
I know.
That's pretty good.
Maybe I'll be like Gwyneth and get one right here.
Let's go do it.
I'm serious. I'll go do it right now.
Let's go do it.
Okay, let's go.
All right, are you ready?
We're ready.
We're ready.
We're ready.
Yep.
Hey,
Hold my hand.
we got this.
Oh, I love that is super cool.
I'm happy.
That's amazing.
The double stack, now I want to do that. It's the next one.
The next one.
Oh my God, matching earrings? What happened?
Ultimate bonding experience, get your ears pierced. I'm always trying to get Siri to come get something pierced.
Do it, yeah.
Can we see it?
It was fun. Oh, yeah,
Which
here
one is it?
Well, see,
But
now
can I
I
ask you a
have
dumb
4.
question?
I mean, who am I? I'm like in high school again. But isn't it kind of fun? It's that little one right there.
How
Very
many do you
cool.
have total?
Whoa.
I know,
She's
it's like,
cool. No,
I'm such a goody-goody that it's like, oh, this is my little rebellion. I have 4 piercings
Yeah.
on this one now. The
Yeah.
Gwyneth
You're running
piercing
out
is
of
my
room.
4th.
Yeah.
I did this one with Jenna Bush Hager.
Yeah. Wow.
And I have three on the
Celebrity
other
Takes
side.
you an hour just to get your ears back.
I know. But anyway,
The
it was
nose
really
is next.
fun.
In one line, what is Goop? I still have a hard time defining
Yes.
it.
Well, you know what? You're not the target demographic.
Yeah.
But for women, a lot of women do know. I mean, it's wellness. It's wellness in general, but it's products. It's, I mean, the Goop Summit, for example, is what they've got panels and people come and talk. It's, just a variety of different lifestyle, wellness. There's a newsletter, there's a podcast, there's a show on Netflix. And, it's funny
It's a
because
wide net.
Yeah, it is. And she's built this $250 million company. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. We're going to do our part and get vaccinated live.
A very special naturalization ceremony.
This is a really inspiring group. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
We're joined now by Oscar winner Gwyneth Paltrow. She's one of the stars of the new Netflix series called The Politician. Gwyneth plays the mother of an ambitious high school senior who wants to be president one day and will stop at nothing to get there. It's an ambition that makes her perhaps a little worried.
I know this is my only path. Why does that make you cry?
Because I love you so much. And I know I'm going to do whatever it takes to help you get what you want. And I'm sad for the person that's going to turn me into.
Gwyneth Paltrow, good morning.
Good morning.
This feels so timely on so many levels. Ryan Murphy, your husband Brad Falchuk, created this together.
With Ian Brennan.
Yes, and you guys you've worked together before with Glee.
Yep.
I mean, that's actually how you met Brad.
That's right.
But I heard you didn't exactly jump at this chance. He had to convince you a little bit.
He had to convince me a little bit. I've got a pretty big day job over at goop.com. So I'd sort of put acting on the back burner. But he was writing and he was like, I think I'm writing a part for you. And I was like, I don't think I can do a part. And lo and behold, here I am.
There you are. And by the way, it does seem like it was written for you. The part is kind of just perfect for you. What do you like about...
I don't know how I should take that,
Well,
Savannah.
I know, because actually it is true, because this mom character you play, she might be a little bit twisted.
She's complicated.
Yeah, she is, but it's like, but you wear it so well. But what was it like actually working with Brad, and like here he's writing your words and you were interacting, you're an executive producer on the show. Like, how did that dynamic all play out?
It was the best. It was really easy. And, I think when you trust someone so much and you love someone so much and they know you so well and you know them, it's really actually an interesting set of characteristics to bring into a workplace. So it was really nice.
And this show has so many different stars in it. I mean,
Yes.
it's like some real heavy hitters. Ben Platt was just here yesterday. Jessica Lange plays like an incredible character. Another
She's amazing.
Slightly twisted mom. I don't know what it says about that. You mentioned just a second ago that you're kind of, in a way, acting on the back burner. I do almost think of you more of an entrepreneur now. I mean, you really, like, Goop seems to be your whole life.
It sure is. It sure is.
Yeah.
I mean, I love it so much. It's challenging in all the best ways. And I learn so much every day. And I love the products that we're making and, the content that we're making. So it's really fun.
Did you ever imagine that this is
where you'd end up, like in your 20s, if I said, oh, actually, you're going to want to be a businesswoman more than you're going to want to be an actress?
You know what's funny? I was talking to Laura Dern the other day, and she said, do you remember when you were like 25, we were sitting on the porch, and you said, I think I want to go into business one day. And I had no recollection of it, but she said that I was eyeing it even then, which is so strange.
So it kind of was always in your heart and your DNA.
Hey, today all day, Father's Day is this Sunday. I will pause while you go, oh, it is? I was just thinking of stopping by the convenience store and picking up some duct tape and a screwdriver and giving it to Dad. Well, how about this? How about cooking up a special meal? Up next on Saucy, Anthony Contrino is whipping up a hearty pasta dish, plus a surprising sweet treat for dessert that doubles as a great gift.
My dad, what a pain in the ass, and a man of few words.
What else do we have?
He really only opens up his mouth to eat. You gotta love him. So for this Father's Day, I'm making him a couple of his favorite dishes that I know your dad's gonna love just as much. For dinner, I'm making pasta al vino with crispy sausage and an irresistibly crunchy breadcrumb topping. Then for dessert, chocolate hazelnut sausage. I know it sounds crazy, but trust me, it is delicious, and it just so happens to also make the perfect gift. First up is dessert, our chocolate hazelnut sausage. We want to get started on this because it needs some time to set in the fridge. So, first things first, I have some hazelnuts. So I'm leaving some whole. I'm gonna chop up the rest, and this is gonna imitate or mimic the pockets of fat found in sausage, and it's gonna give the illusion that this is an actual savory sausage. When chopping nuts, throw your hand at the tip of the knife. This will help secure it and help you guide it across the nuts. This does not need to be perfect. Like I said, this is mimicking fat pockets, and fat pockets come in all different sizes. So if you have some super fine, that's awesome. And if you have some that are a little bit more chunky, that is fine too. If you're not a fan of hazelnuts, you can use any nut. You can even put in dried fruits. Pistachios and dried cherries would be an amazing substitute. I'm happy with this. Perfect. I need to grab a couple of more ingredients from the pantry, and we're gonna get started on our chocolate ganache. The star of this dish, aside from the hazelnuts, is this chocolate. I like to use 58 to 65% chocolate. The percentage is the amount of cocoa. The higher the number, the darker and more bitter the chocolate. To chop chocolate, I like to use a serrated knife. You have a little bit more control. Your knife won't slide on the board, and look how easily it just crushes through this premium chocolate bar. Doesn't need to be perfect because we're melting it. The smaller the chocolate pieces, the quicker they'll melt. And we all know I do not have patience. I'm going to put it right into a bowl. Okay, try not to eat it. It smells so good. To this, we'll add just a couple more ingredients. Plain old granulated sugar. Always level it off. You want the perfect amount, especially when it comes to desserts. That's when you're supposed to be OCD. Up next, somewhat of an unconventional ingredient, an egg white. What this egg white's going to do is help create a less brittle texture in our final ganache. So, right on in. Then just because I can't do dessert without a little vanilla, just a little bit, enough to help amplify the other flavors going on. And finally, couple of tablespoons of plain old tap water. We're gonna put this over a pot with barely simmering water. We're not looking to touch the bottom. This is called a double boiler. We want that gentle steam that's wafting to slowly and evenly melt our chocolate without burning it. So just start stirring. This will happen pretty quickly. Very relaxing, very zen, and smells amazing. Be sure to periodically scrape down the sides of the bowl. It's gonna help make sure that everything melts properly and avoid scorching along the side. You can see how velvety it's looking. It has a beautiful sheen. Okay, that's it. See how nice and silky it is? Time for the fun part. Let's start making sausage. All that's left is to add our hazelnuts. Just slowly fold them in. Try to get it all coated in chocolate. You don't want to see too much of the nut itself popping out. That's it. And now we play the waiting game. Into the fridge to set for 45 minutes to an hour. Our chocolate mixture has been in the fridge for about an hour, and you can see that there's no wet spots, which means it's not going to be too hard to work with because it's sticky. But if I press on it, it still gives, which means I'll be able to roll it into the sausage log. So I'm gonna grab myself a pretty generous sheet of plastic wrap. And then transfer my chocolate right into the center of it. Now, I'm just going to try to start shaping this into a log using the plastic as a guide to help shaping it. At first, we'll just start getting a general shape, and then we'll refine it. So I like to make my sausage log 9.5 inches, because I think that that's the perfect length and width that we'll get with the chocolate when we slice into it. But it doesn't have to be so crazy. If you have OCD, you can use a ruler. So I'm actually just shy of where I want to be. And try to keep it nice and even in diameter. You don't want it to taper too much. Then twist off your sides and tuck them under. This is the first step in shaping our sausage, but I have one more secret ingredient that's really going to give you the illusion that this is the real thing.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky. Cleveland. Reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic.
How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. the COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Been about an hour, maybe a little more. So I'm carefully going to unwrap it. Grab yourself a fresh sheet of plastic wrap. And now for a little secret ingredient, just some powdered sugar. This is going to give the illusion of that moldy exterior found in a cured sausage or salami. So about a half a cup, and just coat it all around and roll it in. It's okay if it's cakey. Make sure you cover it. And then, you guessed it, wrap it back up. It needs one more rest in the fridge. At least a couple of hours. We really want to get it nice and solid, but preferably overnight. Surprise! I wasn't going to wait overnight. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for. All your hard work. If you can get the plastic off. So as it sits in the fridge, you can see like these wet spots. That's the condensation from the fridge. And that's what's going to really give the illusion of dried sausage. And just carefully get rid of that cakiness. Definitely leave some on. Now to package it up for Dad. You can use any food grade paper. I'm simply using parchment. And if you go to like an old school salumeria to get some salami, pretty similar to what you're gonna get at a store. Now, you can leave it simply just like this, or if you have nothing better to do with your life, like me, maybe add some twine. It's a gift. Make it look like you cared. I'm just gonna tie it in a couple of places to secure it. Nothing fancy. My dad's not gonna notice. He's just gonna wonder when I'm gonna cut it open. You do you. You wanna tape down the sides? Tape down the sides. Simple is good enough for Dad. Our sausage is packed, but I'm not that cheap, so I'm also gonna give Dad a bottle of his favorite wine. Throw this in a bag, and I'm all set for Father's Day dinner.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky. Cleveland, reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic.
How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky. Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground.
Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. We're going to do our part and get vaccinated live.
A very special naturalization ceremony.
This is a really inspiring group.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
When the pandemic started, I was kind of ravaging through my pantry trying to figure out what I can cook because getting to the grocery store was scary and just hard. And I came up with this dish, pasta al vino. So for this recipe, I need 2 small cloves of garlic. And this is what we're going to use to flavor our crumbs. So we'll get those peeled. Ooh, that was an easy one. Save the rest of the garlic. We're gonna need it for the sauce part of our dish. Perfect. Let's get cooking. I have my skillet. I like to use a nonstick for this over medium-high heat. And I'm gonna add 2 tablespoons of some really good butter. Look how beautiful the color of this butter is. Just let it melt. To that, we're going to grate our garlic using a fine zester. This is so much easier than mincing. Pinch of salt. Melt our butter and cook this for about a minute until it's nice and fragrant, which it already is. Smells divine. Now for the crunch. Panko, 1/2 cup of it. Get that in there. And now we're gonna cook this until the panko is crispy and nice and golden. Now just keep stirring. This is one of those things where it's gonna look like you're stirring for a while and nothing's happening, and then all of a sudden, it's done. I like to use panko for this recipe because of its texture. It's crunchy to begin with, and it just is going to add a bite to this dish that takes it to a whole new level. Make sure you scrape down the sides so they don't burn. The pieces that stick to the side of the pot will overcook. You can see it's starting to take on a little color now. We're nearly there. Looking for a nice golden brown, nice and toasty. And there you have it. It's as simple as that. Now, do not leave this in the pan. The pan is hot. These will continue to cook. You'll walk away, come back, and they'll be burnt. And you'll be sad. So immediately transfer it into a bowl. That's all there is to it. Let's make some pasta. I have some beautiful Italian sausage here. Take that out. Then our leftover garlic from those breadcrumbs, just thinly slice. 4 large cloves. You can never have enough garlic, right? Okay. Next up, we have an onion. 1 large yellow onion. It's gonna add a little sweetness to this dish. Not too much, just enough. And we'll just slice these into thin half moons. Canned artichokes. I always have canned artichokes in my pantry. They're great in salads. I actually use it for pesto. And of course, my pasta al vino. And we're just gonna give these a rough chop. Not too small. We wanna leave some texture in the dish. Okay. I don't even know if I do recipes without pecorino cheese anymore, but pecorino. A nice, healthy portion. Measure that out so it's ready to go. There you have it. Let's get cooking. Let that get nice and warm. And in the meantime, back to our beautiful sausage. We want to remove the casing so that we can break up the meat. Peels right off. And if you want to get a head start and kind of use your hands and break it into small pieces, we're going to break it up into bite-sized chunks. You want everything to kind of be around the same size. So these onions will cook down. We have these bite-sized artichoke hearts, so we want bite-sized bits of sausage. Because we're making such a delicate white wine sauce, I prefer to use the sweet so that the wine really stands out. Perfect. Use a slotted spoon and transfer our sausage to a bowl, leaving all the rendered fat behind and that flavored olive oil. Don't worry about all of this fond. It's all flavor, and when we add the white wine, it'll pull it out. Perfect. Another couple of tablespoons of butter. Right into this hot skillet. And then in go our onions. We're gonna cook these for about 10, 12 minutes. We're not looking to get them super caramelized, just light amber and softened so that they have a nice bite when we serve our finished dish. Get that nice and coated in that butter. Ooh, it smells so good. Every component of this dish just smells so good. I'm gonna throw in just a little pinch of salt. Season in layers. The sausage is salty, so you don't need to add too much. And we have a couple more ingredients that are going to add a saltiness to this dish. Speaking of salt, let's not forget about our water. A lot of waiting this episode. A lot of waiting. Hurry up and wait. I think this is as rolling of a boil as we're gonna get out of this machine. Now that our onions are close to being halfway there, time to drop our pasta. My favorite, bucatini. I'm only using a ½ pound. This serves 2 people generously. But you can double this recipe if you're feeding a family of 4, or if you want a ton of leftovers. We're gonna finish our pasta in the sauce. So I am gonna cook it about a minute, minute and a half shy of al dente. Apparently there's a shortage of bucatini. So if you're having trouble finding it because you don't have the hookup like I do, you can use fettuccine, linguine, or even a fun shape like cavatappi will work for this. Okay, another minute or 2. We're ready to move on with this sauce. So let's add all of our garlic. And our artichoke hearts. We're not really looking to cook them at this point. We're just looking to warm everything through, allow that fragrance to really permeate this sauce. Doesn't this look great? You know what's up next? Some wine. No need to ever measure wine. You always have to eyeball. And you see how it's just automatically just taking all that flavor that's stuck on the bottom of the pot and melting it away. All that flavor is just melting right into our sauce thanks to that white wine. Also going to add some chicken base. And it's just a concentrated paste that adds almost like an umami, just a delicious, salty flavor that just enhances the dish. I even add it to chicken stock when I'm making it, just to boost the flavor a little bit. And that'll melt right in there. Okay, look at that. And I think our pasta just so happens to be ready. Oh yeah. Try to get all of it. I think I'm grasping at nothing. Okay, give that a little whirlsy. Now, some starch water, which is gonna help bind everything together. You can always add more to get the right consistency. And then let's start adding everything else. Our sausage goes back in, and then there goes our cheese. Just toss it up. The cheese will melt into the sauce. That starch water will help thicken it up a little bit. You want to cook it for about a minute or two here, just long enough for the sauce to be perfect and for our pasta to reach the perfect al dente. You can see that sauce is starting to already look nice and luscious. Gonna add a drop more of our starch water. You never want a dry pan. That just about does it. The only thing missing at this point is a bowl. And our breadcrumb topping. Can't forget about the breadcrumb topping. Make sure you grab some of the sausage, some of the artichoke hearts, those onions. We want to get a little bit of everything in there. That looks like a nice portion for one, no? Definitely need a little bit more cheese. And of course, look at this. Do not be cheap. Let's give it a try. It is so good. The white wine just ties all these ingredients in together, but this crispy topping just really hits it out of the park. Pretty sure my dad will like it, but if he doesn't, I really don't care because I sure do.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
My chocolate sausage is the star of any dessert board. I like to dress it up with my favorite biscotti, Sicilian Regina cookies. Some fruit leather. It's so fun and kinda looks like strips of prosciutto, no? A few little candies, something fresh, and even marshmallows. This gorgeous sweet charcuterie board is now ready for prime time.
This came out very good. The artichokes are very good.
Remember which of your sons cooks you a Father's Day meal.
Yeah.
I mean, according to your plates, I think I know the answer, but what'd you think?
It was horrible. No, it was delicious.
Got some dessert.
Delicious.
It's good.
Those look good too, the plain. I'm not going to get invited back.
Make a meal look good. The sausage is very good.
Here. You're going home with some chocolate sausage.
No.
And a bottle of your favorite wine.
Oh, boy.
Oh, sounds good.
Very nice. Thank you.
Well, happy Father's Day.
Thank you. Thank you for cooking.
Thank you.
Ali Stroker is a true trailblazer. She made history as the first person in a wheelchair to appear on Broadway and win a Tony Award.
Well, now she's channeling her experience in a new novel called The Chance to Fly. It's the story of a teenager named Nat who worries her wheelchair will prevent her from achieving Broadway dreams.
But when Nat sees a flyer for a kid's production of Wicked, she summons the courage to audition and defy expectations. Doesn't that sound like a good book? Ali joins us now to tell us all about it. Congratulations, Ali. Good morning to you.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm so happy to be here.
Absolutely. This is such a sweet story. Tell us all about it, your new book.
The Chance to Fly has been 2 years in the making. My writing partner and I, Stacey Davidowitz, we came up with this idea to write a story about a young girl in a wheelchair named Nat who moves to New Jersey and decides that she wants to audition for her first show. And it's a production of Wicked, one of my favorite shows. And we come up against lots of problems, lots of drama, and Nat saves the day. Sweet. And it is such an important story to me because I always wished that I had content like this growing up. This book is for 8 to 13-year-olds, and so I'm so excited that it's now in the world.
Great. And to that point, Ali, I mean, you didn't have those characters that you could relate to. They weren't represented on screen or in books. But here, now, you have created the very thing you wished you had when you were younger. What does that feel like?
It feels amazing. And it's one of the things that drives me every single day is to change the world and to make it so that it's more accessible. And there's more authentic representation. I think that representation is so powerful for young people. It reminds them that they count and that they can do anything.
You know, Ali, looking at this, it just is such a natural. It seems like this is so long overdue. And I would think, given, you know, the story content and the ideas, that this is going to be probably the first in a number of them. Have you already thought of where Nat is going to go next?
That's the hope, Al. I mean, I would love for this to have, for this to turn into a series and for this to be have a second book and get to see how Nat grows, not just as a performer, but as a person, and how doing this show and meeting these people really can help her change everything and the way that she looks at the world and her confidence. And that's what happened to me in my life.
You know, it's so beautiful about this. I was just thinking, I have kids in that exact demo that you just mentioned. And I think it's important for kids who are in wheelchairs and maybe who aren't, but to see that representation and they see each other. That's also part of this. It's for all kids. What are you hoping that they take away from this?
I hope that they read this book or listen to this book. There's an Audible. And to realize that your limitations can turn into opportunities, and what makes you unique can be one of your best qualities on stage. And you know, the book has all these themes about defying gravity and what does that actually mean. And for every kid, it might be different, but for me, it means that no matter what anyone tells you your limitations are, only you know what's possible, and that you can overcome boundaries and that you can find your true self, and you have to follow your dreams and your passion.
And Ali, you have so much to be excited about. We want to say congratulations also because we know you just got engaged a few months ago. Are you waiting till the pandemic is over before you make plans, or our plans are already underway?
We're gonna wait. David and I, we don't want to make plans and then have to change them. That's happened to a lot of my friends. So we're just going to hold off and then make plans once it feels really safe to gather loved ones.
You know, Allie, I'm so impressed because during this pandemic, besides getting engaged, you also adopted this great philosophy called saying, what can I give right now rather than what am I getting? How did that come around?
That came around actually in my acting class. David, my partner, he has an acting school called the Actors Gym, and one of our sort of themes every class is to come and to really give to the group. And David always reminds us that, you know, if you come and you are serving everyone else at the table, you have to trust that at the end your plate will be full. And I try to take that into every single day. This year's been really hard, and so to really think about what I can give every day versus what I'm going to get has kept me sane. And you know, I've felt so challenged this past year not getting to be on stage and do what I love, but I think that as artists, we have such an opportunity to give back, even if it's virtually.
Allie, you just have such a
love
beautiful
that.
spirit. My goodness, we needed you this morning. Thank you so much. Congratulations again on your first of what I know will be many.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky. Cleveland. Reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic.
How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now.
Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21.
Music is back. Y'all were exactly what we needed.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Astronaut Scott Kelly has certainly left his mark in this world and beyond. He's a former military fighter pilot, a retired U.S. Navy captain, and a veteran of 4 space flights. And now he has turned his personal journey into a children's book titled, I love this, Good Night, Astronaut. And good morning, Scott. It's so nice to have you with us this morning.
Thanks for having me.
Before we get to your book, yesterday, I just want to ask you about this because yesterday, you know, Elon Musk and Jared Isaacman revealed that SpaceX will be sending the first all-civilian crew to space, partly as a fundraising campaign. But what's your initial reaction when you heard this? I mean, shouldn't there be someone who knows what's going on up there?
You know, maybe it might make sense. I'm not, an expert on the SpaceX. So, we have the SpaceX flying autonomously to the space station and back for cargo. But, I would prefer if there was a trained person on there. And I'm a civilian now, and my schedule is wide open. So.
All right, there you go.
I like that.
Well, for what advice would you have for anybody who doesn't have formal training? How should they prep to get up there?
Well, I would definitely talk to someone who's spent some time in space beforehand, and then, make sure they know as much as possible about the spacecraft, about, what their plans are, what they're doing, especially the emergency procedures. But, make sure they seek out the right advice.
I'm sure they will, beyond Google. Well, now onto your book. A lot of people probably don't know what jobs you held before heading to space. Tell us about how this book reflects your story.
Well, I wanted to write another kid's book. I got it right here. And I want it to be kind of a bedtime story. I used to like reading to my young kids before bedtime. So I thought, what better idea than to talk about all the different places that I've had the privilege of sleeping in my life, not only space, but on a submarine, on ships, all kinds of interesting places to help put kids to bed at night and for them to imagine the places they might go in their lives someday.
I love this and can't wait to read it to my son. We do talk about space all the time, so I have to ask, what is it like to sleep in space?
Well, you would think it'd be really comfortable because you're floating, but, floating and sleeping in space presents other problems. Your spine elongates, so you might have back pain. It could be hot, it could be cold, it could be loud. Sometimes you see cosmic ray flashes in your eyes. So I prefer the bed.
I would think so. But speaking of the beds, you talk about all the places you've slept. Growing up as a young boy, did you ever dream that you would have this life and all the different places you would go night-night?
Absolutely not. I was a bad student growing up. I never had any expectation of being able to do the incredible things I got to do. And it was actually a book that inspired me when I was 18. I read Tom Wolfe's The Right Stuff, and it made me, feel like I could do some incredible things in my life if I could only get a good education. And that's what I needed, that spark from a book.
That's great.
Yeah, on Twitter, somebody asked you if you'd run in a Senate race. Of course, your twin brother, Mark, now Arizona's junior senator. Do you want to try to equal him or even maybe go further, run for president?
Well, we're always in some form of competition, right? But no, I'm very happy for him and, look forward for him doing great things, serving our country again.
Well, with the weather getting colder, people continue to follow social distancing. It's hard to get in physical activity. So do you have any advice for all of us on getting an exercise, especially since you did spend 340 consecutive days on the International Space Station?
Well, I think people should do whatever they can because when you're living in this kind of environment in the pandemic, very stressful, that can affect your immune system, and exercise helps you in so many ways. So, just figure out what you can do and, make the best of it. If we work together, we'll be out of this, I hope, this coming year.
Cheers to that.
Well, Scott Kelly, it is so nice to talk with you. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm so excited for this book.
Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
Ready, actors.
An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll.
Action!
Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed. Channing Tatum has gone from sexy movie roles to the most important role of all, as dad.
Yeah, and these days, Channing's attracting a new audience, and they're younger and cuter, and they're going to love his newest passion project.
Yeah, it's a children's book. It's a new one, and it's called The One and Only Sparkella. Hi, Channing. How are you?
Hi guys, how you guys doing?
Okay, we're kind of imagining you reading the book to your little one, to Evie, with your Sparkella voice. So, do you have a special voice you use when you read to her?
Yeah, well, I use a lot of voices. It was really funny. When she was young, I would do all these voices, and she would just be like, "Dad, can you just read it normal?" and I was like, "I've been training my whole life to like do this and like to impress you by it," and she just was not having it. But the gig was up finally. I went and actually read at her school. Like you do these things like guest reader, and I started just reading normal, and she was like, "Dad, what are you doing? Do the voices," and I'm like, "Oh. You do like them, yes." So she's a little trickster.
Oh, I love that. You know, this book is so awesome. It's awesome for parents and it's awesome for kids. And I feel like half of the books we read are kind of for us, you know, as parents, to remind ourselves that it's okay to like put on a boa. I'm just looking at a picture over here, and have a crazy dance party. What have you learned about yourself as a dad?
You know, I think as a girl dad, I think I was pretty nervous. I literally ran right to YouTube and learned how to braid hair, just because I obviously don't have hair. I didn't want to be the dad that dropped, you know, his little girl off with a dirty face, missing a shoe, and like a hair in a rat's nest. So I was kind of nervous all the way around just to be a girl dad. And, you know, I was a guy that grew up in the South playing sports and running around the woods. So I was kind of trying to figure out how I was going to really connect to Evie once she started getting older. And the answer for me was just to go into her world, go into do whatever it is that she wanted to do, whether if it was do my makeup, paint my nails, you know, play princess, really and truly anything and everything. And all my anxiety just went away, and we have like the best little relationship ever now. We do tiny dance parties. We do not so tiny dance parties. So we have a lot of fun. We're buddies.
Well, it's so cool. I mean, your Instagram has some real winners of you and Evie just connecting all the way. But beyond the boas and the makeup and all that stuff, what do you think the most important part of being a girl dad really is?
Well, I mean, the thing that I really try, and it's something I noticed with Evie, telling her and teaching her things, you know, verbally, or trying to help her through a problem, it only kind of went so far. And really and truly, like, I realized that Evie learned the most and made the most progress when she looked within herself and really came up with whatever that answer was to whatever issue or problem that she was having. And really it taught me a lot how to just be more myself whenever I was having an issue, is just to get quiet and really look in, because all the answers are sort of inside, and you can really attack any single problem that you have.
It's so funny because we were just talking about our kids. And when they come to us with heartbreak, which we know is going to happen, it's like really about listening. And that's what I just heard from you. It's like you don't tell them how to fix it. You let them, you guide them, you know, you listen.
Yeah. You just like hold space for them. You just be there and like let them work through whatever the thing is that they're going through. Even sometimes talking it, like just letting them talk it out really somehow strangely just like lets the energy kind of out of it, and they can kind of come to terms with whatever it is. And I also, there's another trick, is it's in the book, is I've noticed that Evie, she likes to teach me things. So if I come up with a bit of a problem or an issue that is similar to something that she might be going through, she kind of helps me through it, and there in turn sort of helps her through it.
Okay, we've scribbled down all the advice already.
I mean, honestly.
Channing, thank you so much. We appreciate you. This book is called The One and Only Sparkella. Go pick it up. You can go to today.com/shop.
It'll make your kids laugh, and it'll make you feel really good.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Ready, actors.
An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll.
Action!
Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. We're going to do our part and get vaccinated live.
A very special naturalization ceremony.
This is a really inspiring group. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
He's the Grammy-winning artist who became a household name with his hit song Old Town Road, and now Lil Nas X is trading in his cowboy hat for a writer's cap with the new children's book.
Okay, everyone's going to buy it. It's called C is for Country, and it teaches kids the alphabet and inspires them to be themselves, their true selves. Lil Nas X, we still have your song cranked up. It is going to be one of those that'll be played forever. I kind of don't recognize you right now because you've got new hair. Tell us about your look.
I don't know what it is. What's different? I can't really tell. Oh, okay. So I got this hair for the Christmas time, and I kind of just stuck with it. I really loved it,
It's so great.
It looks so amazing. By the way, that song, Old Town Road, do we have it? Can we crank it? It makes you feel good.
If we don't have it, do we also have Hoda dancing to it?
What?
And her, remember how you would dance to it?
We all did.
We all
did. We all did.
do.
Yeah, was that a life changer?
What a time.
Yeah, was that a life changer?
A life changer? It's like a everything changer. Changed my life, the lives around me. I mean, it's still changing my life.
What's that?
Oh, yes.
Oh, I know.
I know. So tell us about this. I wonder, as a little kid, did you ever think, like, you know what? I'm going to be an author. I'm going to write a book for others to read.
That's the last thing I would have imagined 2 years ago, even, I'm just happy I'm in a place where I can do that. Oh my God, that picture.
There you are.
Look at you as a little one. What did you want to be when you grew up, when you were that kid?
Honestly, when I was a child, I wanted to be a cardiovascular surgeon. Because I knew some people in my family with heart problems and stuff. I was like, I want to save lives.
Oh, Lil Nas X.
And then when did you decide that you were going to go down your path?
I honestly decided to go to music in 2018 when it kind of literally changed my life.
Mm-hmm. So this book is an alphabet book, but it has this beautiful message. What do you hope that kids, maybe kids like that picture of you, will take away from this?
I guess an honest and whole feeling that you should really do whatever you want and be who you want to be, but genuinely, because I know a lot of times we hear it growing up, but people don't really mean it. It's to be who you want, but be who I want you to be.
Yeah, that's...
Well, it's hard because, especially when you're a little kid, you do want to, everyone wants to please somebody. And when you find, the character in your book, a little boy who celebrates being just who he is, how long did it take for you to say, you know what, I'm going to be exactly who I am?
I feel like I'm still on that path. I just become more of myself every day and try to open who I am or who I'm becoming at that time and point of time, I guess.
Yeah.
Still authentic with that.
Mm-hmm. Was there somebody that embraced you just as you were when you were a little boy?
I can't say really, but no. That's what I hope to change.
Well,
yeah,
you're getting embraced now big time. I hope people buy your book. It's called C is for Country. You've got a new single out called Holiday.
We love it.
Hello.
We've been listening to it.
Yeah.
It is a holiday, right? It's a great start to the year.
Well, we love you. Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you,
Good luck with your book.
Have a great one.
Cheering you on.
Yes, everybody, you
C
can
is
check out
country.
C is for country.
Multi-talented is only a start in the way you describe Tracy Ellis Ross. For the past 7 years, she's kept us laughing as Rainbow Johnson on the hit comedy Blackish, a role that has earned her a Golden Globe and multiple Emmy nominations.
Well, now she is lending her vocals to the new animated special, The Runaway Bunny. It's based on the best-selling children's book of the same name. Check it out.
Once there was a little bunny who wanted to run away. So he said to his mother,
I am running away.
If you run away, said his mother, I will run after you. For you are my little bunny.
Tracy Ellis Ross joins us now. So good to see you. Good morning.
Good morning. That gives me the warm and fuzzies.
It gives us the warm and fuzzies too, Tracy. I mean, it's such a sweet special. And we heard you were able to record the entire book in one evening over Zoom. Is that right?
That is correct. It wasn't as daunting of a task as it seemed. It's such a beautiful classic children's book about unconditional love. And it's just the words lend themselves to an ease. And I also got to sing the lullaby that goes along with it. The author had originally written a lullaby, and it had never been recorded.
Oh my gosh, I hadn't realized, because I know the special showcases a number of great artists, from Mariah Carey to Kelly Rowland. And when you got the word that you were going to sing the lullaby, that must have been kind of special, that you're going to bring something that we've never heard before to the screen.
Yeah. First of all, I love that you just put my name in there with Mariah Carey. Yes, I joined them for a little singing. It was such a, it's wonderful to bring a classic something to life, and especially something that hasn't been done before. And the lullaby, like the story, is just one that is timeless, about unconditional love. And the lullaby kind of lent itself to that as well. And they stayed true to the original art and brought it to life. It's a lovely, something you can watch with your family and your kids.
I mean, here's the thing, Tracy. When you're the daughter of Diana Ross, we know you can sing. Like, it's not, I mean, it's...
No, you don't. Don't know that That's not a given.
You posted this picture from high school recently, not long ago, and since it's Throwback Thursday, we had to ask you about it because, I mean, you really are the spitting image of your mother, Diana Ross. What made you post that picture?
Oh my God, there's nothing. Honestly, the truth is I was looking through old photos and I found this one. This was my high school yearbook picture. I had taken a whole bunch of them. So there's a lot. That was my favorite outfit at the time. I was graduating. And I don't know, it's always fun to do a little throwback, little baby Tracy, 18 years old, 17 years old, I don't know.
It's a beautiful picture.
Really, no, lovely. And speaking of, because your hair is so on fire there, and you recently started a hair care line specifically for women of color, not only helping them with their hair, but also a portion of the proceeds go to some organizations that are empowering women and people of color. Why was it so important to make sure you include that piece of it?
Well, there's three missions at Pattern Beauty, which is to meet the needs of the curly, coily, and tight textured community, to celebrate authentic beauty and be an active space that is centered around Black beauty, and also to be in an ongoing dialogue with organizations that have a like-minded mission of supporting safety, justice, and equity for people of color and women. And so that was built into the foundation of my company. I'm the CEO and founder. I'm the majority owner. And it was really important to me that we be in an ongoing dialogue with the community that we serve. I think that's part of it. And that we be nimble so that we could move with supporting organizations depending on what our community is actually in need of. So, for example, during COVID, we were able to work with an organization that was specifically doing COVID relief. We just recently donated to a really wonderful organization in support of AAPI, and we can regularly kind of move into spaces that need attention.
Tracy Ellis Ross is a singer, Tracy Ellis Ross is an entrepreneur. And oh, by the way, Tracy Ellis Ross just finished filming season 7 of Blackish as well. One of the first shows to start filming again during the pandemic. How was that, Tracy?
It was intense, I have to say. We went back early. We went back in July, I think. We finished 21 episodes at the beginning of this month. But it was really exciting as we got more comfortable with the sort of military precision safety protocols to find joy in a time that was not easy to find joy, and to be able to do what I love with people that I love and trust, and to do it safely. So it was a real blessing to be able to go to work and make the TV that, gets to entertain some people in the midst of a really, really unprecedented time.
Tracy Ellis Ross. Tracy, thank you. Thank you so much for joining us on this Thursday morning. And by the way, The Runaway Bunny, it's streaming now on HBO Max.
All right. Take care, Tracy. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Nice to see you both.
You too.
You're involved in something special. It's launching today. It's called Fertility Out Loud. Tell us about it.
I have been very out loud with everything I've ever said, basically. So I figured, why not be out loud about something that was really actually very important to me? I think our journey with fertility and infertility has been very public for a very long time. And I just felt that the more public we were, the more public other people were. And I didn't feel that I had anywhere to go, but to be able to have a place that families are able to go to where they can, get answers to all of their random questions, and to be surrounded by people that are going through the same things. It's just an important thing.
Do you feel that there really, for a lot of women, just aren't a lot of places to go to find out your options and fertility treatment options? I mean, I think sometimes women feel isolated and alone.
Yeah, because nobody talks about it. It's not a thing to be ashamed of.
I came out a while ago about my infertility issues. I talked about a miscarriage, and I was really nervous about putting myself out there. And I know you've been very open about your loss too. And it was like the floodgates opened. There were women just waiting in the wings to tell their story. What does that mean to you to be able to give women that space to just share their story?
I look back on it and it feels like such a blur. It's like being on a roller coaster and holding your breath and then not really remembering it at the end. I just know that the way we shared it was super hard, and it was super hard for John. But for some reason, I knew that it would help a lot of people. There was one moment that really struck me, and that was being at the grocery store and as somebody just quietly laying flowers in my cart. And then I realized that there are so many women that don't get this kind of attention because they're living through this privately and quietly. And it just was a big moment for me where I realized that I could be this person that people could see and look up to as somebody that had a platform where their stories were going to be recognized. So for me, that was a very defining moment.
What would you want to say to those women who've experienced loss, or who are going through the IVF journey, or who are feeling guilty that their bodies aren't working the way they want them to work? What would you say to those women right now?
First of all, there's so many different ways to make your dream happen now. Coming to terms with the fact that I can't carry again has been something really tough, and I've agonized over it, because to me, it's when I'm at my happiest. I loved being pregnant, and the fact I got to do it twice, I think, was miraculous enough. There's a way to have that beautiful child, whether it's your own or, whether you adopt. And I think the more that we share our stories, the more people will realize that they connect with one of those stories. And that's really important. And there's something so beautiful about that.
Finally, talk about your support system. Your mom, Pepper, was on the other day with us.
She videotaped herself being on the Today Show. I'm like, this is a very popular show. It's gonna air everywhere. I'm like, you don't need to videotape it on the side. But I'm so proud of her. Honestly, I swear to God, I think her book's doing better than either of my books.
We've all kind of had these challenging moments, and it feels like a cloud, and you don't know when the sun will come out again. But how are you doing today? How is your spirit?
I feel really good. I feel really positive. It feels like a time to renew and re-energize. And I love that feeling. And I hope that no one thinks my pink hair seems like I'm going crazy because I'm actually just discovering myself.
I saw the pink in it and I'm like, you know what? Live your best life, my friend.
I love it. I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm almost 40, but whatever. I'm going to do it. I don't care. The term "you only live once" is really applying to me these days. So I'm going for it.
I really loved our
It was a
conversation.
good conversation.
And she's making it accessible to talk about fertility issues, and it's a great campaign she's working on. So you can head to today.com to check out stories from couples sharing their infertility journey as well.
What's about to happen on our plaza is you're all going to get your very first COVID vaccine.
I'm excited.
She's excited. 3, 2, 1, champion!
So grateful.
Is that close to crying?
Here we go.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Kyle Busch is best known as a NASCAR champion.
52nd career Cup victory for Kyle Busch.
Off the track, he's simply known as Dad. But getting that title hasn't been easy for Kyle and his wife Samantha.
After getting so many negative pregnancy tests, it's hard. After going on social media and seeing all these people announcing that they're having children, I mean, it does a lot to you as a woman and to you as a couple.
More tests revealed that Kyle too had male factor infertility.
Being the male and being a part of all of this infertility issues, you wouldn't necessarily think that your sperm's not good enough or you don't have enough or whatever it might be. It's like, I'm good, I'm no problem, I got this. And we found out that I had issues as well too. It made a lot more sense. The doctor basically told us the two of you are never gonna conceive naturally together.
That's when the couple turned to in vitro fertilization, or IVF.
I do feel that going through it, I was depressed and you kind of isolate yourself from family and friends. But honestly, once we got started, it was such a relief and it was nice to have a game plan. And he gave me all my shots and I felt like we were, in it together. He was good. He was a good doctor.
Then, after countless negative pregnancy tests, finally, a positive.
I literally, anybody I could tell, I told, so.
She was very excited to have Brexton be born and to share in that moment and that joy and celebration of him being born. Man, there's nothing else like it, that's for darn sure.
Yeah, it was just crazy after trying for so long and feeling so defeated and wondering if it was ever gonna happen. And then when he was finally in our arms, it was just, miracle.
Mm-hmm.
But their story doesn't end there. Last year, eager to make Brexton a big brother, they got pregnant again from one of their frozen embryos.
Today's the big day that we've been waiting for.
This time, a baby girl.
And so we announced on Thanksgiving Day, and then so a week later we had to announce that we lost her. And the hardest part was having to tell Brexton, because he constantly asked where she was and why God took her and why she wasn't going to be living here. Yeah, and we explained that she was an angel in heaven with God.
Now, with broken hearts, they are focusing on raising awareness.
It was hard to talk about that publicly, but we knew that we needed to because there's so many women that go through a miscarriage, and we knew that we needed to because there's so many women that go through a miscarriage, and we knew that we needed to because there's so many women that go through a miscarriage, and we knew that we needed to because there's so many women that go through a miscarriage, and we knew that we needed to because there's so many women that go through a miscarriage, and we knew that we needed to because there's so many women that go through a miscarriage, and we knew that we needed to because there's so many women that go through a miscarriage, and we knew that we needed to because there's so many women that go through a miscarriage, and we knew that we needed to because there's so many women that go through a miscarriage, and we knew that we needed to because there's so many women that go through a miscarriage, and we knew that we needed to because there's so many women that go through a miscarriage, and we knew that we needed to because there's so many women that go through a miscarriage, and we knew that we needed to because It's devastating and it's lonely.
Through the Samantha and Kyle Bush Bundle of Joy Fund, they have given grants to 35 families struggling to afford IVF.
There's plenty of other couples out there, people out there that can't go through this because they don't have the funds to be able to go through this.
We're the type of people that we try to figure out what we can learn from it and what we could do to turn it around and help other people.
So welcome to Samantha and Kyle.
Thank you.
You know, you've gone through so much, and you could just be isolated in your pain, but you know that other families can't afford IVF. In some ways, that's the only chance of having families.
Completely. I know when we were going through this, just the emotional and the physical struggles, but for so many couples, it stops right there. They know IVF is their only option and they can't afford it. And we just knew God put it on our hearts that we had to do something about it. So we started the Bundle of Joy Fund, and yeah, we're up to 37 families, 19 babies born, 3 more on the way this year, and we're getting ready to do more grants.
Yeah, when you were watching the video, you referred to them as your family.
Yeah,
They
they're
are
our
your
extended family now.
Yeah, we had a whole play date with all 35 of them, all the kids running around everywhere at one of Brexton's favorite play places, so it was really cool to have everybody together for a day.
How are you guys doing now?
You know, we're good. There's good days and
Yeah.
there's bad days still. We want to try again, but I've been having a few medical issues, so we're kind of on hold for the moment, but you know, we'll get there one day. It's still almost every day Brexton asks where his little sister is, and we're getting there.
Relatively young. We're still good.
Yeah.
I'd say so, yeah.
And your time is going to come.
Yeah, we're
But thank you
excited.
for helping so many others. You're going to be back with us.
The desire to become parents leads many to do whatever it takes.
Physically, emotionally, and financially. I mean, the hardest thing that we've gone through.
I feel like everyone should have the right to, have the choice to start a family.
I was very overwhelmed by the money that it required for me to go through with it.
These 3 families each found a different path to parenthood with a lot of love, creativity, and determination.
Isn't that a treat?
In Denver, Abby and Sean Mercado are parents to twins, Max and Annie, 2 miracles via the process known as in vitro fertilization, or IVF.
It's very expensive. We wanted to start a family. We prioritize that above, the dollar.
The average cost for one cycle of IVF is around $25,000. Most families need multiple cycles to get pregnant, but IVF is not typically covered by health insurance, so many have to get creative. For the Mercados, that meant taking out a second mortgage. How hard was that decision to take out a second mortgage?
It wasn't hard because this is what we wanted.
In Brooklyn, Julian Zaytouni, a single dad, decided to pursue surrogacy to start his family, a process that can top more than $100,000.
It's been a big sacrifice personally. It's like working a lot, taking every job possible, saving money everywhere I could.
After saving for 10 years, Zaytouni found a nonprofit organization, BabyQuest, which provides surrogacy grants, the extra money making all the difference.
You talked about all of the emotional setbacks, the financial setbacks, but when you hold her, do you remember any of that?
Everything vanished right away. As soon as she was born, all the heartache, all the anxieties that I had to endure, the sacrifices were worth it.
In Michigan, Thomas and Katie Berlin struggled with infertility for 5 long years.
You just reach a point where it's like, we can't just keep spending this money. We're going to go under.
Finally, they decided to adopt, a process that can also cost tens of thousands of dollars.
Why wouldn't we want to pursue adoption and start a family? And just like my parents adopted me when I was a baby.
When they met Lily, they thought their lives were complete until a surprise phone call 2 years later.
It's your little sister, Maya.
Lily had a new biological baby.
It was not a hesitation. We knew we were going to adopt Maya. But financially, are we going to be able to afford to pay for another adoption?
The Berlins wound up receiving a grant through a nonprofit called Gift of Adoption. These parents all speaking out because they want to see more resources for those struggling to build a family.
Hopefully in the future, people will not have to sacrifice so much to become parents.
It may not have been that family that you envisioned. This is my family. These girls are our daughters.
My world was black and white before, and looking at them makes the world colorful.
Big hug.
I so enjoyed meeting and talking to those families, and I salute them for speaking out. And Peter and Dylan, going through this process was so life-changing that Abby Mercado actually started a company called Rescripted to help patients who are struggling with infertility and who are looking for guidance. And each family wanted to speak out to help raise awareness about the struggles and also opportunities that exist. Claire, good morning. Thank you so much for being here this morning. It means so much. Let's dive right in. For the 12% of families who are struggling with infertility and with the finances of it, where can you start to look for help?
Yeah, well, thanks, Kristen, and thanks for talking about this important topic. So the first place to go and look for help is really going to be to turn to your employer and connect with your HR department, or if you have a Ben admin portal, you want to check and see if you have any employer coverage. It is the case that more and more employers are starting to offer coverage around fertility and infertility for just the reasons we heard in those stories. Now, if you after you've talked to your employer, you might reach out directly to your insurance company and see what type of coverage you have directly and get that information. And then the last but not least is, depending on where you're living, we are seeing a slow but steady trend of more and more mandated coverage at the state level. Now, only about 5 states really do offer coverage today around IVF cycles, which is the most expensive, that $25K ticket price that you talked about. But it is trending that way, and you have those states on the screen now. And then I will say that, it is the case that about 10% of Americans or 10% of consumers have coverage today, and the other 90%, as you mentioned, are looking for other means. And of course, we'll touch on those.
And Claire, we just heard from one family that's been saving for a decade, another that took out a mortgage in order to afford becoming parents. What financing options are available?
Yeah, thank you for asking that. So, at Future Family, we hear a lot of those stories too. And unfortunately, the last thing you really want to do when you're facing a fertility struggle is to really delay treatment, right? You actually want, for emotional reasons, but also it turns out for biological reasons, you want to be able to get access to care. So for financing options, I would say that there are grants, and you've heard about that from several of the stories. There are also, we're seeing more and more people turn, of course, fertility is a family affair, to get support from their families, if that's possible. And now there are, rising categories of personal loans that you can access, low interest rate loans that are designed around fertility to really help you start that journey. So there are more financial resources. And as you also highlighted, Resolve.org, National Infertility Association, is a good jumping off point for things like grants.
All right, Claire Tompkins, such important information. We really appreciate it, and we appreciate your joining us this morning. Thank you. And we will have all of this information and more up on our website today.com.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey, reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground. Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
Yes.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now.
Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21.
Music is back. Y'all were exactly what we needed.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today.
They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
This morning, a closer look at the pandemic's impact on couples struggling with infertility.
Yeah, over the last year, the fertility industry has been really hit hard with delays and interruptions and devastating thousands of women and men with hopes of growing a family. NBC's Erin McLaughlin has more on that. Hi, Erin. Good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. We've talked about the heart-wrenching delays COVID has caused for medical procedures like surgery and cancer care. Well, it's also taken a toll on another sector of healthcare, fertility treatments. With IVF and other procedures delayed, even canceled, as clinics shut down nationwide, leaving many women desperate to conceive, anxious and waiting.
Today, 1 out of 10 couples in the U.S. struggles with infertility, a struggle now made even harder by COVID. While there's no hard data on COVID's impact on fertility treatments, we spoke to multiple clinics nationwide who told us COVID restrictions have forced them to reduce their staffing and appointments, causing large patient backlogs.
There are centers that have over 100 patients that are still in line to do treatments that they were supposed to have done before the pandemic.
And can these delays impact a patient's chances of getting pregnant?
It impacts their chances depending on their age.
Meaning they could miss their window of having enough healthy eggs.
Infertility is so many hurdles anyway, and then we threw this virus in it that just kept adding more hurdles for us.
Dara and Andy Truax have been trying to get pregnant for 4 years. The Kansas City couple was supposed to start fertility treatments last March, but when the pandemic shut down their clinic, everything was delayed for months. Dara was finally scheduled to start IVF in September, but then even more delays after she tested positive for COVID.
I just felt like it was never going to happen. Like I was never going to be a mom. We were never going to have a baby. And that was just really scary for me.
On top of these delays, many centers are seeing record new demand, including sperm banks. At Seattle Sperm Bank, one of the largest in the country, sales have skyrocketed 20% since the pandemic began, while sperm donations have plummeted. This on top of the FDA's mandatory infectious disease quarantine of 6 months for all samples.
What does that mean in practical terms for families?
Currently, the average waiting time is 3 to 6 months. 6 months from now, that could be even worse.
Now there's new hope for patients who want to be proactive from home and avoid this backlog altogether.
It's as simple as peeing on a stick, and you can identify if you have a problem with ovulation.
After enduring multiple rounds of IVF to have her son, scientist Amy Beckley discovered her fertility was actually caused by ovulation problems, a common issue that's easily treatable and eliminates the need for IVF, but is often missed by doctors.
This is where Prove can help.
So she designed Prove, the first FDA-cleared home test for ovulation problems.
You take it, you get those results, and you have this powerful information that you can share with your doctor over a virtual visit.
For the Truax, whose only option was IVF, they say faith and patience have gotten them through. Recently, their first embryos were transferred, bringing them one step closer to achieving their dream.
We just want to have a house full of kids. We had to just decide every day that this was worth fighting for.
The Truax say because of COVID, getting to this point has taken them over a year, twice the time it would have taken without the delays. Savannah?
It is so emotional to go through that whole process. And Erin, for folks who are struggling right now with infertility, do you have any other tips to make this process a little easier during the pandemic?
Yeah, because clinics are so busy right now, experts say try to do as many home fertility tests as you can and consult with your doctor virtually. They also recommend men get tested too, since 50% of all fertility issues are related to male infertility. And remember to take care of yourself. Simple things like diet and exercise, getting enough sleep, and decreasing stress all can impact your ability to get pregnant. Guys?
Yeah, it's so hard though. I remember people would be like, don't stress out about getting pregnant. You're like, that stresses me out. Yeah, exactly. All right, well, it's a really important story. Thank you, Erin.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
My surrogate, who wants to remain anonymous, wrote this letter, which explains how she feels. She says, "My calling to become a surrogate came long before I even had a child of my own. I first heard about it back when I was a teenager. My cousin told me about the many miscarriages she'd had over the last few years. I remember the hurt and pain in her eyes as she told me the story. She was given a few options to think about down the line, and surrogacy was one of them. While it was not one of those topics that many talked about or even knew about, it intrigued me. I did some research, and it's been a dream of mine ever since. Nearly a year after giving birth to my son, I applied with an amazing agency who matched me with the most perfect couple. We have grown so close since we were first introduced back in May of 2019. They absolutely adore my son and are literally the sweetest people I've ever met. I definitely consider them to be a part of my extended family, and I can't wait to see them hold their baby girl in their arms. Although this process has not been an easy one, considering the first failed transfer and COVID delays, I have learned so much about myself. It has been rewarding in ways that I can't fully explain. I'm looking forward to completing this journey and having the surreal experience that many other surrogates have already had. No matter how much research I've done, nothing could have ever prepared me for this feeling. While it may be overwhelming at times, I'm humbled that I am able to do this for anyone. It is heartbreaking to hear the stories of families who are unable to conceive and want nothing more than to become parents. I know I cannot help every family, but I will do this as many times as my body allows. I am making my dreams come true, all the while making future parents' dreams come true too. We do want to bring in Dr. Shiva Talebian. I should mention Dr. Talebian is not my doctor, but she is an expert in this field. Dr. Talebian, good morning to you. I cannot thank you enough for being here on this morning. We really appreciate it. And I want you to just set the stage for folks, for couples who are going through this. 1 in 8 families experience struggles with infertility. So when do you know that it's time to seek a doctor's help?
Right. Thank you very much for having me. So really, you know, any women over the age of 35 who've been trying for really more than 6 months without success should seek help. And women who are over 40, maybe even more immediately. Women under the age of 35 can give it up to a year, but there's still many, many scenarios where you would seek help sooner if you had, for example, irregular cycles, a history of any pelvic surgery, endometriosis, if it's a known male factor case. Also, members of the LGBTQ community would seek assistance sooner as well.
And Doctor, surrogacy is becoming a more available option to more families now. But how do you decide to go that route? How do you decide that's the right route for you?
Right. So it's not usually something that we talk about at the initial visit. And, you know, as Kristen's journey shows, it's usually a decision that's made over time, you know, as other forms of treatment are not successful. But it is becoming, I think, much more accessible and common. There's been some huge, you know, advances in the New York state law where it's now legal here in New York. And this just happened in February of this year. And it's a big deal. It also, it allows the parents to be a part of the pregnancy. And then also, legally, the parents are on the birth certificate at birth. And so, it really, it provides that bonding very, very early on.
And Dr. Talibian, I've seen it with Dylan and Kristen, their efforts to have babies. There are a lot of mental challenges that go with this. The mental toll is significant too. How critical is that you be aware of it?
Yeah, you said it so beautifully yesterday, Kristen, in your piece about resilience, grit, and do not give up. I say this every day to my patients. I say you cannot give up in some way, shape, or form. You will be a parent if that's your goal. There are many paths to parenthood, and it takes a village. It's your physician, the nurses at the team, your mental health counselor, your friends, your family, and sometimes even strangers that you might meet on social media, support groups. So, I really, really, my patients need you, and they need to hear your stories. It gives them hope. And I really, really thank you for sharing your stories. Many members of the Today Show team have done so, and it's really important.
Dr. Talibian, thank you for joining us and for that great information and for underscoring that message. Don't give up.
Adults like to characterize Gen Z as an apathetic generation, and we don't care about social issues, and we're just on our phones all day. But in actuality, Gen Zers, especially Black organizers and activists right now, are using social media to organize millions of people all around the world for this cause that we're fighting for, which is Black liberation. And previous generations have failed us and have failed this country, and Gen Z is not going to wait anymore. We don't have the luxury to wait anymore because our lives are depending on our actions. My name is Nupal Kiazolu. I'm 20 years old, and I'm the president of Black Lives Matter Greater New York and founder and CEO of my national campaign, Vote 2000. I've been an activist and organizer since the age of 12 years old. So I've been in the game for 8 years. I like to call myself a young veteran. Sometimes I feel much older than I actually am. But I've been a part of many different activist organizations. And as a child, I was always very intuitive, always super articulate and outspoken. And a lot of times it used to get me in trouble when I was younger because I just did not shut up. And my mom will even tell you, I used to read the newspapers, and I'd be telling my mom about the current events that's in a newspaper at 5 years old. So I've always been very political, even before I knew what it meant to be political.
New details in the investigation into the shooting death of Florida teen Trayvon Martin. The 17-year-old died from a single gunshot wound to the chest, fired from intermediate range, according to an autopsy report reviewed by NBC News.
The FBI is gathering information and evidence as part of a civil rights probe to find out whether or not Martin was shot by George Zimmerman because he was Black.
So Trayvon Martin's case definitely wasn't the first incidence of police brutality that I've heard of or I saw on camera. But at 12 years old, I was starting to be able to understand what that actually meant. And when I saw Trayvon Martin's case and what George Zimmerman did to him, it was absolutely inhumane, and I was angry. And I couldn't fully articulate how I felt at the time, but I knew that I was angry and I had to do something. And that's when I came up with the idea of holding a silent protest at my middle school. And I came to school with my hoodie on and a message taped to my back, "Do I look suspicious?" And eventually I ended up being written up, ironically, by my history teacher. And the only ally I had throughout that time was my math teacher. And this woman literally risked her job by marching down to the principal's office with me in solidarity with her hoodie on. And we debated back and forth with the principal for a few hours. And instead of suspending me, my principal had me go home and have my case ready for him tomorrow. I looked up my First Amendment rights, and then I came across the case Tinker versus Des Moines, which in short is a Supreme Court case that established the right for students to peacefully organize within school grounds. And that was the focal point of my argument the following day when we went right back to the principal's office in the morning. And I ended up winning the case. And when my teacher and I went to the cafeteria to get lunch, literally every single student in there had their hoodies on with the same exact message. And my teacher and I just stood there and cried. And that's when I knew that being an activist and organizer was my calling.
We need to live. We need to live. My brothers need to live. My sisters need to live.
The common things that I faced is misogyny and ageism, and obviously racism from other white counterparts that happen to have been a part of those social justice organizations. And it was definitely frustrating up until I came in contact with Black Lives Matter Greater New York in 2016. And I definitely didn't walk into the organization looking for any titles. I just wanted to do the work and be respected. And when I met the former president, his name is Hawk Newsom, he immediately saw the potential in me and really helped me amplify my voice in the work that I do. The entirety of the 7 hours that we were driving down there to Charlottesville, Virginia, every thought was running through my mind. I'm like, what if I'm killed? What if I'm arrested in a state that I'm not from? It was just so much anxiety. And a lot of people ask, what did you tell your mother at the time? And what I told my mom is, I was going down to Charlottesville to protest against white supremacy, but I didn't tell her that the KKK or neo-Nazis would be there because I didn't want to scare her, and I'd already made up my mind. I had a feeling in my heart that things weren't gonna go as well as we'd hoped for them to go, considering the circumstances. Like, I didn't expect for anybody to be killed that day, and for dozens of people to be injured, including me. I did not expect for it to get as bad as it did.
Watch out!
At 17 years old, I never thought that I'd have to come face to face with a neo-Nazi or a KKK member fully robed. But that's the reality of our country. And our country likes to portray itself as this post-racial utopia, but Charlottesville is the perfect modern day example amongst a plethora of other modern examples that we are not where we are supposed to be. We're not even close. And that's because we have not even come to the point where we've acknowledged that. Like, America has literally put a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound. Racism is a gunshot wound that's consistently bleeding out, and the only thing that America is doing is putting a Band-Aid over it. And they're like, oh, this is not who we are as a country, but I would argue this is who we are. This is who this country is, and until we begin to acknowledge that and what racism actually is, then we're not gonna get anywhere, and we're gonna continue to go in this cycle. Because we're in the digital age, and we have phones that are able to record incidents of police brutality, and a lot of times they do go viral. And when people keep seeing instances of Black death and police brutality over and over and over again, it kind of becomes the new norm. And a lot of people have been desensitized to seeing police brutality videos. But I believe that we have to be more intentional in terms of how we circulate these videos throughout the media. And it can also, and it is very traumatic to watch Black death on camera and it be retweeted and reposted millions and millions of times. And Black people should not have to be murdered on camera and brutally beaten on camera in order for people to recognize that it's a problem. What I would say to young people all around the world that want to be an activist and want to be a part of this movement towards change is that it's never a wrong time to stand up for what's right, first and foremost, and your voice matters. Don't let anybody try to tell you otherwise. There are so many people that try to stop me and what I have to say because they're like, you're a young black girl from the hood. What do you have to say? Listen, like, I can do this. And overall, it doesn't matter where you come from, whatever walk of life that you may be in right now, you can effectuate change and your voice matters. I came up with the idea in 2017 of Vote 2000 when I held a voter registration drive at my campus, and I had to get all 4 schools on board to bring their graduating seniors down to the library to get them registered to vote. And a lot of them were really irritated because they're like, why do we have to do this? And then somebody said something that struck a chord in me. They said, we already voted for the president. And when I heard that, I was like, oh my gosh, people don't really realize how much local politics actually matter. So that's why I was like, I'm gonna come up with this idea, Vote 2000. It appeals to Gen Z. I'm a Gen Zer. I was born in 2000, and we're one of the largest new voting blocks in this country. So in 2018, I was blessed with the opportunity to team up with DoSomething.org. And in partnership with DoSomething.org, we were able to get over 100,000 young people registered to vote. And I was just so proud of that. And right after undergrad, I'm going to law school, and I'm going to run for the 9th Congressional District, which is my district, right in Brownsville, Brooklyn. And then afterwards, I'm going to go run for office in 2036 for president. As a young black activist and organizer that's been doing this for 8 years now, a lot of people would ask me before, who are you fighting for? Why are you fighting? And I would always respond for future generations of young black people so they don't have to experience the things that I've experienced today. I didn't think that I'd see this much activation, organizing, and change within my lifetime. And if you would have told me this 3 months ago, that this many people all around the world would come together in the name of black liberation, equity, and justice, I would have called you insane. I just didn't see it. I was fighting towards it. I was hoping that my kids' could see it, but I didn't think that I would see it. And now that I can confidently say, and sometimes I get emotional when I say it, that I'm not just fighting for the future, but I'm also now fighting for the present. And that's what's most inspiring to me right now about our generation, that fighting spirit within Gen Z, that we're not gonna wait and we're not gonna ask politely, we're taking it. We're taking our lives back, we're taking our futures back, and we're taking our present back.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
We are back on a Saturday morning with a trendy teenager who's taken his love of styling to new levels.
Yep, and he is doing it to help some furry friends.
NBC's Rahima Ellis has his story.
Bow ties are part of 14-year-old Darius Brown's signature look.
I love mixing my bow ties.
But it's not just about the look for this New Jersey 8th grader, it's a mission. In the last 4 years, Darius has focused on making bow ties for dogs, helping to get them noticed in crowded animal shelters and adopted into permanent homes. With a cute photo, adoptions happen 3 times faster. How many bow ties for dogs have you made?
It's so many I can't even keep count, but if
You gotta keep count, come on.
But if I had to make an estimate, I'll say over 1,000.
He got the idea after seeing neighborhoods destroyed by Hurricanes Harvey and Irma.
I will always see on television and wonder how come there was all these people getting helped, but not any animals or dogs being helped.
Never in my wildest dream did I think it would turn into such an amazing mission that he has that's inspired so many people.
Darius took up sewing when he was 9 years old. Was it really hard to get the hang of sewing?
Yes, at first it was really hard to sew.
But he stuck with it out of love for a family connection, starting with his big sister.
When she learned how to sew, it was because of our grandmother. And then our grandmother passed away. So I felt as though that when my sister had to teach me how to sew, it was like that family passing down the line thing.
And for a kid doing all he can for others, is your mother on board for you to get the dog?
Yes. She wasn't at first, but now she is.
A love of animals touching more lives than he ever imagined. For today, Rahima Ellis, NBC News, Newark.
That is so sweet. And Dylan, I can't believe he's in 8th grade.
8th grade, yeah. I was not doing anything like that in 8th grade, but I'm glad he also made it so that they don't have to tie it, because bow ties, I mean, for humans are hard.
I was going to say, yeah, those dogs would really struggle to do that. I was raised by a bow tie guy, and I had plenty of trouble having my dad try to teach me how to do a lot of this stuff.
Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing. They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now.
Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21. Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
You can be an A, you can be an architect, sketch a building to kiss the sky. You can be a B, you can be a biochemist, make medicine save lives.
Meet 6-year-old Sam White. His ABC rap, with more than 2 million views, teaches kids about future career possibilities.
I remember firefighter, I remember architect, and I remember nurse. I remember it because I have a really sharp memory.
He's inspired thousands and even caught the attention of a former First Lady.
She posted it online and then Mommy showed it to me, and so I felt really good.
But Sam isn't the only amazing kid that's caught the eye of someone in the White House.
You inspire me.
My name is Kavanaugh Bell, and I'm 8 years old. I was dealing with a hard time from some bullies, and it just gave a darkness inside me, but I didn't want other kids to feel the same way that I felt. So I made it my mission to make sure that other kids really don't have to feel what I've gone through.
Kavanaugh embarked on a journey to end bullying, but also wanted to spread love and positivity to all. He used his own savings and donations from a GoFundMe to create care packages for the elderly and eventually open his own community food pantry.
It just made me feel beautiful inside that I was actually able to help people in the first place, and to actually have a bunch of donations to start my own community pantry that help thousands of people.
Another young entrepreneur is using her lemonade business to help save the planet.
My name is Michaela Ulmer, and I'm 16 years old.
At 4 years old, she entered her lemonade recipe in a kids' entrepreneurship competition and was inspired to launch her own business. Since then, she's landed a deal on the show Shark Tank and become the proud owner of Me and the Bees Lemonade.
I have a book called Be Fearless, and another part of that title is called Dream Like a Kid. We're really good at dreaming of the possibilities rather than the problems. Like, I came up with a quote when I was going through challenges at Me and the Bees, which is, "Don't be discouraged by life's little stings, but get back up and spread your wings." I'm quite honored that I have so much support and so many people who are excited to see Black girls thrive. But it's also like I want to make sure that I'm representing like our sisters well. There's pressure on me to make sure that I'm doing well and setting a good role model.
I want all kids to know that they can have an impact no matter their age, and don't let anybody tell you that you can't do something. I want all kids to know they can be anything they want to be.
What I want all kids to know is that you're never too young to make an impact, so get started now.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like, really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
What's about to happen on our plaza is you're all going to get your very first COVID vaccine.
I'm excited.
She's excited. 3, 2, 1, jam!
So grateful.
That close to crying.
Here we go.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now.
Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21. Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You want some sauce?
Yeah, he likes sauce.
All right. We thank you, sir. God bless you. Come on down. Sometimes mistakes can turn into the best thing, especially when cooking. Beautiful. All right, give me a good brush on that, my dear. That's what I'm talking about. My name is Stefan DeArmond. My nickname is the Reverend. I like to say Revy Rev. I was living in Mobile, Alabama when I decided to move back to Charleston. My father had been back and forth in the hospital. And when I came to visit, I really saw how my mom's condition was as far as her sight. She's legally blind, but she cooks and she bakes. It gets a little tough, but you know, it's your parents. You gotta do what you gotta do. I joined the Coast Guard right here in Charleston, and I retired in San Juan, Puerto Rico. 180 Place is a homeless shelter here in Charleston, South Carolina. Little did I know that it would mean so much to me and become such an integral part of my life. When I got here, I didn't have the funds to come in and get a place, pay first month, second month, deposits, and all of that. So I talked to a VA social worker in Alabama, and they told me, well, if you could put your pride aside, I can get you in the shelter. I said, whatever it takes for me to get home to my parents. I was blessed to be able to go to the veterans dorm. This place have saved my life and many others. Being homeless is a different animal. It's not pleasant. You can't sleep with one eye open. So being homeless, you don't get the rest that your body needs for you to be able to be successful or even productive in life. 180 Place has many great programs, including the culinary program, which I went through, which led to why we're here now.
So my job is to take the trainees that come through the program and give them a crash course in how to behave in a kitchen, how to work in a kitchen, how to survive in a kitchen, and turn that into viable income.
Chef Angie Dupree, we have a friendship and a bond that'll last a lifetime.
Southern hospitality to its truest meaning would be something I would use to describe Stefan. Just making everyone feel special that walks into a room.
That's my girl. I've always loved to cook. I used to hang around my mother, my grandmother, and I loved it.
He is the reason this program works. He's somebody I talk about at every orientation now. For every new cycle, when I sit down with them, I tell them about Stefan and how he came in and took this opportunity. To him, it was all he needed to really change his life.
I was introduced to Charleston wine and food just right before I graduated from the program. So it was new and exciting to me. I was looking so forward to it. Chef Angie gave us specific instructions. Local, volunteer and work for someone who is local. Here's your opportunity to get yourself a job. And that's what we did. I remember the event was called Toasted, and it was nothing but barbecue. And I walked up, I didn't notice the sign said smoke. I looked at the menu and I said, I've eaten here before.
We were sitting right next to the band, and the band kicked on, and Stefan lit up. He started swaying and clapping, and he had his black chef coat and his white undershirt. And I said, sir, you got the spirit. I'm calling you the Reverend, and you're coming to work at Smoke Barbecue. So we hired Stefan on as a steward, and we don't call people dishwashers here at Smoke. We call them stewards because we expect a lot more out of a person than just washing dishes. After a few months, he worked his way up to sous chef and one of our pit masters, and we've been with him ever since.
So one day I was in the kitchen and I started prepping to do some cornbread. Well, I reached into the walk-in cooler to grab some buttermilk. Little did I know I grabbed heavy cream. So as soon as I poured it in the mix and started mixing it up, I was like, oh no! Roland came running. What happened? I said, man, I messed up. And he said, let's go with it, see what it does. Lo and behold, it came out a little bit higher. It came out more moist. It was golden brown. And he was like, wow. We passed the food out so everybody can check it out and say, well or not, we're gonna serve it. And everyone loved it.
It really is delicious, moist cornbread, and it's pretty fantastic.
That gave Roland the idea of he and I going into business. And now we have the Reverend Cornbread Company. I can honestly say that that mistake in the kitchen turned out to be something that's life-changing. And I found out that I'd be teaching a class at this year's Charleston Wine and Food. It was mind-boggling. Look where you came from and look where you're at now. There we go. Go ahead.
I want to do the honey.
Here you go, honey.
Thank you.
For the people that attend the Charleston Wine and Food and their events, they're paying good money. And for them to pay money to see me or have me teach them something, it's amazing. I still can't believe it. What we're going to do today is we're going to go down to the Superstop and we're going to feed the homeless.
It just goes to show you there's nothing wrong with a mistake. It's amazing what happens.
I mean, his story, it gives you hope that, hey, look, just because you're down right now don't mean you stay down.
He took an interesting situation, made it an even better situation, and now it is exactly where he wants to be, helping people and giving back.
Without hope, you don't have anything. 180 Place gave me hope and an avenue, because dealing with what I had to with my parents, to do something that I really love, which is cooking, it was a relief. You know, it was my safe haven. To see people get satisfaction of something that I've created is one of the best feelings ever. When I reflect on what I'm doing, I think about my parents. Just like any child, they would want their parents to see them succeed. But my mom would say, you keep doing what you're doing. It gives me a sense of pride. I swell with pride just to see the smile on my mother's face. And it was a great feeling. It was a great feeling.
Well, look who it is. A big hello to all of our friends watching Today All Day.
Hope you had a great weekend. Happy Monday, and thank you for spending part of your day with us. This is Today in 30, and you know the drill by now.
All right, we give you a mix of everything you love about today, but we do it in just 30 minutes. So first up, our own Keir Simmons is in Moscow with a worldwide exclusive interview with the Russian leader, Vladimir Putin, ahead of this week's summit with President Biden.
All